less traffic in exchange for having higher quality traffic. And fired him for doing drugs? That's not legal. You can't legally fire somebody for having to, like, give... I mean, I would have fucking sued the guy. If someone fired me for having to give myself insulin... Although I probably would have gotten fired for doing drugs anyway. Although, all the drugs I do are legal here, so it's fine. Actually, the most intense drugs I've taken in a while was fucking Tylenol for my knee. Being completely blunt right there. They are, Ryan. Yeah, they are. 30-something? I need to look once I push the button. 36. 36. Medical discrimination is 10,000% illegal? Yep. 31 years in. Which is already like twice as long as most people's forts, so... And, you know, we're probably gonna finish with the Mudstone today. Probably going to finish the Mudstone. Hold on a second. Are you apologizing for not being able to tune into the stream because you have a life? Don't. Don't. I haven't cleared the pit yet. We're working on it. It only took 15 years, quite literally, yeah. We're working on it. All right, so... We do have some moody dwarves in the fort. Nothing, like, hyper-destructive, but we do have some moody dwarves. Squug's been down and out for a little bit. I'm shocked that Squug isn't dead. Squug was our sheriff for a while and had to murder Kibbs and Aqua as part of criminal justice. Had kind of a tough life, I'm not gonna lie. Poor dwarf. It's probably the wrong size, isn't it? Yep, it is. Let's fix that. There we go. We've got farming set up down here, although we're not actually using it because we don't really need the farm. We had this problem where dwarf pus was appearing in places in our well. So I made a new well, and hopefully we don't have more problems with pus appearing in our well. The way we fill the well is kind of fun. We have a pump all the way up here, and we pump water over the edge down into this kind of little, well, there's a bridge on it right now, but into here, and it fills up mighty quick. Yeah, that's already connected, good. We have a little lever there which we can pull to pop the top off, and then we can dump more water, and it's fine. That's kind of our well setup. We have all of this crafting that's still getting done. Although I think it's all on break right now. Yeah, it's all on break. I'm giving the dwarves kind of a year off to just kind of chill. Because frankly, they need it. Also, Jellybutt's in prison for tantruming. Oh, sorry, Jellybutt. And yeah, that's kind of the status of the fort. Everybody's named. We're working on some more tombs for the near future. Current population is 33. Hard cap is 45, so hopefully we have some babies this year. And, welcome back. Yeah, so we have two worlds running, right, Brian? We have the weekend world, which is the one we were playing on yesterday, and then we have the Longdeath Millennium world. Longdeath Millennium is a very different fort than the Weekend Fort. The Weekend Fort, the goal is to, the goal for the Weekend Fort is to keep, or is to try and retake this one fortress from the Demon King. This fortress, the goal is to simply keep it alive for 1,000 years in game. So we're trying to go for longevity over anything else. Keeping clothes has been a struggle. The fortress itself is a gigantic pit with this lovely aquifer flowing over top. And, or not aquifer, aqueduct. Wrong AQ word. And it's lovely. It's just flowing and we're chilling. And I'm still just a little bit in shock that that fort died in such a violent way. But currently we're giving the dwarves a break because long breaks are important for dwarf sanity. We have more alcohol than a dwarf could reasonably need. We've got 3,696 alcohol in a fortress with 33 dwarves, so we're just kind of letting them chill. The year itself is the world itself is very, very young. We are at war with the Joyous Devil, a goblin civilization, who, those fucking hypocrites, are at peace with the elves and the kobolds. What, just the one dwarf went insane and just stabbed everybody to death? I mean, yeah, it was pretty good. It was indeed pretty good. I'm glad that it happened, but at the same time, I'm kind of sad that it happened because that fort had a really good name, but, you know. Kind of catching up. I've actually had a bit of a hard time. I'm actually having a hard time keeping up with my own Discord now because people are typing in it so much. Of legendary skilled dwarves, I have 5 legendary skilled dwarves and then 5 hobby wrestlers that just don't have any braveries whatsoever, but at the same time, really like the idea of martial arts. So I kind of have like a hobby martial arts squad and then my actual military. And they kind of train separately. In fact, I could get them training. But, yeah, so we're not really doing much in the way of fighting because peace is the key to longevity. So eventually we will have fights, of course. But for right now, it's more about just keeping people alive. We do have more iron than we know what to do with, though. All of this is lemonite, and all of this is lemonite, which is an ore of iron. We got a little bit of it. And the tunic in the middle. We got a little bit. No, my longest fort was 40 years. Still going. The one where I pumped lava up from the deep underground area and filled that whole bridge area up. Yeah, this is all iron ore, and we haven't hit the bottom yet. So, yeah, we've got a lot of iron. So we'll certainly be able to do some fun things with iron. But no, I've had longer forts. The thing is, the longer forts that I've had are smaller population or bigger populations. So it took longer to get to that point. But I was also able to get more done. Like this fort, I've literally had entire years where I've just canceled all the jobs and just let them relax for a year. Which is very different from the way I play normally. Still fun, but very different. Chat, what's the longest fort you've ever played in Dwarf Fort? Out of curiosity. Cheers, Jamie has become a swords dwarf. Yeah, not all of my dwarves are, like, super high skill level. Got 1 sword master, 1 spear master, and 6 elite wrestlers. And 1 wrestler. A lot of them are just, like, wielding weapons, but haven't gained enough skill with them yet. 1 hour? Is that it? Gotta get some more time under your belt, man. Come on. Yeah, no, all my soldiers are fully equipped. It's just a matter of them actually training. When wrestling gets ahead, it's kind of hard to catch up. So we also have this lovely zoo here. We have 2 fluffy wamblers, a cardinal, a hedgehog, a barn owl, a green tree frog, I guess another cardinal, an echidna, a cougar, and a badger. And we have a library with, how many books currently? 35 books that we've written all ourselves, as well as a bunch of copies of said books. We have a few different guild halls. We have our craft guild hall, our the Guild of Stones, which is the Masons Guild Hall, the Medical Guild Hall, which is the Healing Doctrine. We have our temple over here, and down here we have our tavern. Enough to get the first level of royalty. Well, from like Googling around and searching around and reading some forums, the longest average that I can find is about, give or take, 15 years. Is it worth selling copies of books? I mean, I never do it. Probably not, because books are expensive. Or books are hard to make, so I don't know. I'd rather keep them, frankly. Hoard them. If they want to read them, they can come visit. Few years on the older versions, didn't do a Longdeath run in a long time. Seems like the best second monitor game ever made, but at the same time I feel like it would be a very distracting second monitor game. But yeah, no, I don't really care for the military stuff much. Military's never been a huge priority. So I'm curious, Viking Lord, how did you find the channel? Because you kind of just popped in, followed the stream, cheered $5, and then subscribed. Did you come from YouTube or something? Can't just let DF run by itself. I mean, most of what I'm doing is just letting the game run. And you get burned out and forget about it? Fair enough. Barons, hello. We just started. Kind of want to move the temples out of the tower. I don't know. Power just ain't working. Just never found the stream live? Ah, well, I mean, I'm live at this time every day, basically, except for Fridays. I'm actually amazed by how many people, I guess it really shows just how many hours are on the flip side of an 8-hour day, right? Because I stream like 8 to 10 hours a day, starting at like 9 a.m. Pacific until I fall asleep, basically. Usually get overrun by migrants and then loyalty cascades when people get unhappy. You really need to find the setting where you can lock your migrant count. Yeah, I've talked to a couple people who plan way too much. Like, I was talking to this one guy who, like, is having a hard time getting into Dwarf Fortress. And the main problem that he has is he knows too much about Dwarf Fortress while having no idea how to actually play Dwarf Fortress. So he'll, like, he's modded the game so that he can have unlimited points for his embarks, right? And he'll talk about all of this stuff that he's bringing. He's like, yeah, no, I'm bringing an extra 5 dwarves, and I'm giving them all these different skills in case we want to do this or that. And I'm like, But, like, all of that stuff is just stuff you can harvest from your biome. Why are you bringing that stuff with you? You don't need all of this stuff. Like, it's actually an easier game than some people think. Alright, so the dwarves are here to trade. We're gonna move our crafts over, which we made in the last season, because we got a couple of them. I mean, here's the reality of it. You probably won't be. Unless you're really efficient. I'm not entirely sure what you're referring to, Vin. That Axon was talking about. I think I must have missed it. You just made an initial room with beds. The migrants use that. Yeah, just having like a bunkhouse is actually pretty good in general. Just have like a room with a bunch of beds in it and just set it as a dormitory and just make more bedrooms as needed. Generally is a pretty good way to do it. Oh, yeah, no. In the community world yesterday, so we started Trifle Killers, Bobette Vangush, and one of my military dwarves didn't tantrum, just had a loyalty cascade and murdered almost every visitor we had, all like 50-something of them, as well as making our population go from 92 down to 11 in a couple of minutes. So we started a new fortress. Generally, dwarves I find are good in a dormitory for about a year. So as long as you're giving them a proper bedroom kind of within a year, they're usually okay. I'll be back. You gotta watch this. Yeah, it's the VOD from yesterday. It's not up on YouTube yet, but... I'll update the world save by next week. So we've started a new fortress, which is on a fucking badass embark. Which has a waterfall and a giant chasm river. I just almost spilled coffee all over myself. You love watching dwarves? Just love watching them run around? I do too. Mr. Miami, I am your... Let's try this again. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We shall update your maps. The goblins are spreading. What requests do you have of our merchants? Leather. Cloth of all kinds. And, probably just call it at that. Some steel anvils. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your grand questorship, dwarves. They want toys, leather waterskins, earrings, blocks, threads, scepters, seeds, large gems, and bracelets. We got lots. Were creatures are brutal, because there is ways to make sure that you have no were creatures in your fortress after a breakout, Viking Lord, but it is finicky. Finicky. Well, I look forward to our meeting next year and our fortunes rise and fall together. But it's nice to have people come over from YouTube, because the YouTube is like, the reason I started uploading stuff to YouTube is the YouTube for me is, and kind of always has been, like an archive. Like, one of my biggest regrets about my early days of streaming is I didn't really archive any of it. Like, it's just kind of gone. Like, the VODs are long expired, and none of the old stuff that I did way back when is really findable anymore. And there were a lot of people who liked the stuff that I did way back when, and they can no longer find it because it's gone. And it kind of sucks, I'm not gonna lie. So when I got heavily into the Dwarf Fortress streaming stuff, I was like, well, I'm going to archive all of this. I don't care if nobody watches it. Nobody watched it for like the first 8 months or so, frankly. So it's not really something I expect people to watch, but they do. The only reason I'm putting the Stalker VODs up was by popular demand. There's like 3 people who watch the stream a lot. They're like, please put the Stalker VODs up because we'll never see them. Otherwise, chucking those up occasionally. Even though the last 2, like, or the last one didn't do so hot. People still watching the Dwarfs. I'm just shocked by how many people actually watch that YouTube channel. Like, the short videos and the edited videos make sense to me why people would watch them. Long stuff, it's incredible to me that people watch those. All right, Cassie, where are you at? Oh, you're sleeping? There you is. We'll just follow you until you get up and go trade. Get up and go. Yeah, and so many people who do what I do have no archive, right? Like, that's one benefit of YouTube, is you have an archive. Right? Like, streams are great, but they're very fleeting. They're only around really as long as, like, the bane of Twitch permits them to be around. All right, Dwarf. The only problem I really have is I run out of thumbnails, so I actually reuse thumbnails. It's a heavily modified version of the Krug Smash tile set. Like, I've modified the colors, I've modified the floors, the walls, the cups, the stairs, the dwarves. Certain characters are more ASCII than Krug Smashes. But I decided to go with a version of Krug Smashes because a lot of people, like, let's be honest, a lot of people watch Krug Smash. So they watch his videos and then they go looking for more. And then when they find my stuff, it looks familiar. Rather than, oh, you're using obscure tile set number 47. Which I may like more, but obscure tile set number 47, then people have to relearn what they're looking at, right? What I've seen so far. Not super thrilled with some of the recent developments, but I mean, if you watch my YouTube videos, you might have a degree of an idea. I really like the usability of it, and will probably use it, but I might see if I can pump my own tile set into it. My issue... I have some issues with the weapons stuff that they've been showing. But, you know. I will reserve judgment until I've played it. I don't like Space Fox because it makes my game lag. Not really a hot take. Space Fox is one of the most popular tile sets for the game, period. But I find it makes the game run slower. Oh, you'll be able to use custom tile sets, yeah. I mean, one of the requirements that Tarn's talked about a couple times in interviews, which I think is funny, is if you have a game that is available for sale on Steam and there is a free version elsewhere, you need to have the option for the free version to be in the for sale version. So supposedly you'll be able to restart the game and just play DF Classic through the Steam versions. Which is kind of interesting. It's probably just how I'll play the game going forward. The thing that I'm really hoping for is I really hope that saves are compatible between. Because I've got a lot of worlds that I'm really attached to. Let's put it that way. Even worlds that I don't necessarily play anymore, I still want to keep them. But yeah, my problem with graphical tile sets is they often make the game run slow, which is one of my concerns actually about the Steam version. Like, I love the look of it, but I'm kind of worried about how it'll play. We'll see them. I'm sure Tarn's taking that into account. I'm also hoping to have Tarn on the stream again sometime sooner rather than later. Without retiring the fort? Not without DF hack. With DF hack, you can force it, but it will often cause your game to crash. I don't use DF hacks, so no. Usually what I do is I go into the save file, copy it, make a clone of it, retire the clone or the fortress in the cloned version of the world, and then just read. That's what I do. That's what most people do. To not have snacks in your house? To an extent, I'm with you there, Pilot. I know that feeling. Some garlic. Cranberries and capers. We don't get any of this stuff where we live. I'm gonna buy some yarn and some pigtail thread just because it'll give my weavers something to do. When people actively use DF hack? I would say there's probably a much larger percent of people that actively use DF hack and don't realize that they're using DF hack. Because I'd say the majority of people who play Dwarf Fortress use Lazy Noob Pack, and Lazy Noob Pack comes with that stuff pre-baked in, right? So a lot of people, I think, are using DF hack and don't actually realize that they're using DF hack, which I think is very much a negative. I think that DF hack is a fantastic tool that has some excellent uses that you shouldn't use from the start. Because you'll learn the game so much better. They actually have a scroll here. Let's acquire. I'll buy both of them. Let's trade. Thank you for your business. And we'll let the dwarves keep bringing more stuff, and we'll just give the rest of them as gifts. Dude, before I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetic, I'd sit down and eat like a bag of oranges. Or like, I'd be hungry one evening, I'd be like, fuck it, and just eat like 5 apples. Or like a whole box of strawberries. Like, you do use therapist? Use whatever tools make the game pleasant for you. The game tells you exactly what they want. You just need to know what to look for. And I agree, it's a pain in the ass to actually know what to look for. If you know what to look for, it's actually kind of a fun little mini game. Axon. They don't tell you exactly what they want. Sometimes they want specific items. Just give those to them as gifts. I don't know. I guess my biggest problem with like therapist and DF hack is you don't feel like you've earned it as much, or I don't feel like I've earned it. And I'm not a big fan of that. I mean, why would you do that? Then you get no artifacts. Artifacts are fun. I mean, isn't that part of the fun, though? Whose blood is that? Why is there blood on the floor? Where'd that blood come from? Oh god, there's pus in the well. Why is there a body up there? Who put that corpse under the floor? Part of the fun. Yeah, a lot of people do. It gives me too much control. But we've had this discussion before. It's really frustrating? Sure. I don't know. I guess I've just played games that are so much more monumentally frustrating that there's nothing about DF hack that really frustrates me. Or DF, rather, not DF hack. There's nothing about Dwarf Fortress that really frustrates me because I've played so much more frustrating games. I've played so many games that are intentionally frustrating. The meanest thing that can happen to you in Dwarf Fortress doesn't feel like anything. Look at that. Exhilarated. 2-player Battletoads. I've never actually played Battletoads in 2-player because my one friend who owned Battletoads growing up, their second controller was busted. I've never actually played Battletoads in 2-player, but I have played Battletoads. We never beat it. I don't think I ever made it past the speed bikes. I remember one time one of my friends made it past the speed bikes, and we all had a mini freak out, and then he died, like, immediately. Yeah, every single time I've played Mario Party. Plenty of experience wanting to kill my friend. You're way used to losing. Ah, darkest dungeon. Well, here's the difference between the way DF makes you lose and the way a lot of other games make you lose. A lot of other games make you lose. They give you a fail state screen and, "Brr, you're bad, get good." But with Dwarf Fortress, losing isn't the end, right? Like, losing is just okay, now it's time to go on another adventure. This adventure's over. Now go on another one. There's never a point where Dwarf Fortress says you lose. Like, losing is fun is kind of a weird metaphor for D, because on one hand it's true, because yeah, losing is fun, but on the other hand, if all your dwarves die, something fucking cool happened. You know? Like, I don't know what that shit was, but maybe you should, like, go tell that story. Like, one of my favorite stories that Tarn always tells is the story of that one bloke who, had a giant fortress, and they dug too deep, and, like, the hellfire was spilling into the fortress, and one dwarf battled for a couple of minutes against a demon on a bridge, and the dwarf got thrown off of the bridge by the demon and broke both of his legs. And the last thing that dwarf did was engrave a picture of himself fighting that demon on the wall next to him, because the player designated him as an engraver, and the dwarf drew an image of himself fighting with the demon. And the beauty of it is, right after that, Tarn then mentions in the interview that, well, he could have drawn a picture of cheese or something else. Could have been a picture of him, like, milking a pig. Maybe he really likes cheese. Interested near a fine cage. Well, at least somebody's getting happy moods from this. And you can always control that when a character dies. You just have to be really smart about it. Like, I'm going to be very honest with you guys. When we hit year 1000 in this fort, I can't wait to set it on fucking fire. Doesn't even matter how. Maybe even just drown them. Just turn into a lake. Make them all move out. Who knows? Stage some horrible accident. I should should. Yeah, no, we will have a really big library by that point, for sure. How you doing, Quatch? Lava pit? I don't know. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Unlikely lava pit. Mostly because I don't really... Well, I mean, I guess I could just pump stacks and turn it on at the last... Oh. Just choosing your moment to de-lurk carefully. You've been lurking for a while? Well, if you don't make mugs, the dwarves will be upset. So... think about that question for a second. I mean, we had a Baroness earlier. The Baroness just died. I don't know. Question, Jack Nick. I thought it was 140 to have the king show up. Yeah, they haven't offered us another Baron since. Like, we don't even have a mayor. I don't know. I'll probably increase the population cap once we get all these boulders gone. Bump it up to 40. Be 45. Hard cap of 55. Just a couple more dwarves in here. But I don't see myself going up above that. You're playing a Lular. Congratulations, Aegis. Learning a skill. How good are you at playing that? Dabbling. How's your dwarf doing? So here's the current alive dwarves just for everybody. Euthris, Screw, Hobo, DeBerries, Sui, Dragonman, Jellybutt, Eurypterus, Horny, Astro, Eric Shadowblade, Bastet, Axon, Squug, Aegis, Cheers Jamie, Scrumpet, Pablo, Cilantra, Stone the Second, Ire, Stupid, Pispan, Questigol, Pear, Jackie, Cassiopeia Star, Great Padinsky, Animal, Rhinestone, Lump, Hot Cup of Tea, Wave Thrash, and Quatch the Second. And how's your dwarf doing, Screw? Your dwarf is proud after teaching stonecrafting. You're teaching stonecrafting in the stonecrafting guild hall. 140? Yeah. Like the arrival of a monarch if you qualify? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we are, I guess, already official lands of the realm because we had a Baroness. The problem was the Baroness then went dead. Got murdered. If the Baroness didn't get murdered, we'd be in a better space, but... Still just love watching them dance. Shoutouts to Cassie though. Got a bad leg at his wielding a standing using crutches. Doesn't feel most of her spine yet. There she's dancing. I mean, you can inherit the throne if the king dies and you happen to have family in the fortress. You can have the king just fucking show up. Hey, Cooler. How's destroying the world going? You can have the king just fucking show up. I don't know what hypno dancing is. What? Are you referencing something? I'm confused. There is moldy cheese. Right there. Rotten cow cheese. Come on, guys. We can do better than that. Somebody want to go get that, please? Also, all of my dwarves are getting bookbinding skills because in the Crafts Dwarfs Guild, one of my bookbinders keeps on training people. Which is kind of great. All my dwarves are getting bookbinding skills. Some mumble pot. Oh, mumble bot. I was like, what the fuck's mumble pot? You're getting munchies? You should go get some munchies. I hope someone deals with that cheese. Can someone throw out that cheese, please? There you go. Euthris is on it. Because they're undead, technically. Viking Lord. They're cursed, I guess, would probably be the easy way to describe it. They're like a vampire. They don't age. They have magic powers which lets them live. Or some combination of those things. Alright, chat. I need to use the toilet, apparently. I'll be back in a sec. Don't go anywhere, yada yada. That stuff's... Dwarves are on break anyway. They're already reanimated. Like they already have reanimation magics in them. Yes. What Brian said, yeah. They've transcended from the realm of the living into the realm of the undead. That's how they travel into the other realm to bring back intelligent souls, obviously. Because going to and from heaven to hell, or earth to hell, is a fucking long walk. Yeah, exactly. What Cooler said. Thanks, Balinor. Welcome back from the lurk. Yeah, I just had to go take a piss real quick because coffee plus that juice box I had earlier. Who's this human? We're seen that name before. We come by like once a year. Also, let's see if there's any actual news. Okay, so dwarves are still raiding goblins. Humans have spread a little bit down here in this area. Hope the kobolds over there are okay. Elves haven't spread. Elves have spread. There's a third fort here now. We still have no contact with any human civs. The dwarves have spread. There's another fort down here. Still don't have any contact with any human civs. We do have contact with dwarves, though. Also, there's just the mirthful barbs. That volcano right there. Didn't even notice that was there before. Hold on a second. Take in my coffee. Why would you put things in coffee? It's disgusting. No, I drink coffee. I don't drink hot milkshake. What kind of person do you take? I drink my coffee black. Especially because, like, type 1 diabetes, milk and sugar have carbs. I imagine having to count all my coffee. True story, my dad did that once in college. A very well-known family tale. My dad put ketchup in his coffee while doing homework. It probably would give me a heart attack, actually, if you put ketchup in my coffee. But then again, cooler, I'll put ketchup in your tea and we'll see how you react. I love it when people ask me what I take in my coffee. It's a fun thing to respond to. Because I drink my coffee black and I'm kind of a snob about it. Like, I hand grind all my beans. I'm one of those people. I have a French press and a pour over. If I'm in a rush, I'll use the French press. Otherwise, I use the pour over. And fucking meticulous about it. I don't generally use the French press, though. I haven't used the French press in a couple weeks. I usually just use the You're right, I do. I need a copy pasta of the Navy SEAL thing, but for coffee. Does that exist? Can somebody make that for me? I'll do a dramatic reading of it. Who's a bit of a minimalist? Bit of a minimalist owns 150 records. The sad part is I can only actually play about 40 of my records on stream. The usual sandwich accent. Here's the question, though, Cooler. Did you finish the tea? Although, you know what I will say is actually really good in coffee? And I don't like this thing normally. Peanut butter. A little bit of peanut butter. In shitty coffee? If it's hot enough that you can melt it? Not bad. How's the fort coming along? You're a little spazzy, but... Well, not really spazzy. More just sad about everything. Over the long term, Harry, you've been under a great deal of stress. Within the last season, you were satisfied at work, but you've been annoyed after the lack of dining tables, which is strange because we have a fuck ton of dining tables. You've felt self-pity after being away from family too long, which is unfortunate because you have none! You have plenty of friends, but no family. Your lover is Axon, which is maybe unfortunate or positive because Axon has 4, including a husband. One of them's dead, though.
Crippier.
So those of you who keep asking me for tutorials, watch Sal, because she knows what she's doing. I can't make a tutorial to save my goddamn life. How you doing, Sal? How's things? How's the streams been? I've seen you, like, fucking rocking people a couple times. Good. Thanks for keeping that sub alive for a 3rd month. I need to return the favor one day. Just stick with some Splenda. Dash of heavy cream. I can't do heavy cream in anything. I can barely even eat whipped cream anymore. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't have the stomach for it anymore. I used to love heavy cream. I think around the age of about 22. Making heavy cream. Well, if you put heavy cream and sugar in coffee, it just tastes like whipped cream. Everything is coming up roses. Well, we're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years. So we're on year 36. Started on year 5, so off to a pretty good start. Off to a pretty damn good start. Yeah, you've had a few different jobs, Hare. You've had a few different jobs. A few different gigs. You've been in the fort for a while. I mean, you're not nearly as strange as the Great Padinsky. The Great Padinsky confuses the fuck out of me. This dwarf almost immediately got stressed out in this fortress. Well, that's good. Congrats. Remember when I hit 1,000 followers? It took me like a year. It took me a year streaming every day to hit 1,000. I remember when I hit 100, it took me 4 months. So many people are just like starting out now and talking about how hard it is to like grow a channel. And I'm just like, it was way harder when I started. Gotten a lot easier now on Twitch. But anyway, this dwarf confuses the heck out of me. And the reason this dwarf confused the heck out of me is he was the first dwarf to become depressed and have a little down arrow. He was the first dwarf to become haggard. First tantrum, murdered somebody, got thrown in prison, came out of prison, no problems. Absolutely no mental problems whatsoever. Completely happy. I have no idea how, but it happened again. He got slowly pissy at the little haggard symbol, and then tantrumed again, murdered somebody, thrown in prison for like 60 days, and comes out totally fine. And since then, he's been fucking peachy. I don't understand this dwarf. And like, his toe's broken. And has been broken for a while. But he's fine. Does even you have one follower? I mean, I always get confused when people follow my bot. That's the one that confuses. And it happens every now and again. I don't know. I'm just at a point. Followers are a weird thing for me because like I like it when people follow my channel, but at the same time, I just he's the dwarf version of Dexter. Maybe, although he's not exactly murdering criminals. And then there's this dwarf who's apparently socializing. I beg to differ. I think he's actually running around like a crazy person. That's kind of all the depressed dwarves we have in the fort. No, Bot gets enough beer. Bot doesn't need more love. Bot has too much love. Yeah, he's socializing with his friends. The voices in his head. I don't know. Like, following confuses me because it's like, I don't really care if you follow my channel or not, frankly, as long as you watch. But at the end of the day, like, I have this love-hate relationship with my follower account. Like, I have 12,790 followers right now, right? 5,000 of those people have notifications turned on. Less than 0.1% of them click on the notification. And it's like, that number is oppressive to me in a way, because it's like, man, what have I done that all of those people don't give a shit anymore? It's weird. But the number I actually care about is the 1.1 million views on the channel. And Twitch doesn't show that anymore, which bothers me. I have 1.1 million views. I want to flaunt that, but get 100 followers in a few months starting in 2014, but you're only at 350 in January of this year. It's been an epic year. Yeah, I think you've probably gained more followers than I have this year. Actually. Maybe not. I don't know. I'd need to look at what I was at the start of the year. Because I know I hit 12,000 this year, so we're pretty close, actually. Sure, but like 4 people clicking the notification versus 5,000 impressions. It's a really bad ratio. There was one time when I made my go live notification. Nobody reads these. And like everybody just piled into the chat going, I read those. Hey, fuck you. I read those. It was funny. We're gonna have to do some new clothing pretty soon because we've just given the dwarves a long break. Everybody accused me of clickbaiting. Even some people who like don't watch me that much these days are like, hey, I still read them. Yeah, I don't know. I've never had that issue, Clutch. Being freshly brewed and post memes. Oh, boy. Oh, there's a new Little Big song. Okay, that's why Cooler was saying Hypno Dancer because there's a new Little Big song. Good to know. I will post that in music. What did you fucking say to me, you little Starbucks snob? I let you know I graduated from the top of my class in French pressing. It should be like barista or something. Or coffee tasting? We'll go with that. Coffee tasting. And I've been making millions of cups of coffee with a hand press. I can make over 300 different real coffee. I'm trained in coffee making. And I'm the top barista in the entire Trans-State area. You are nothing to me but another sugar drinker. I get upset just reading that. You remember when I commented on your Reddit post? I read so much Reddit, it's a problem. There's gotta... Okay, so I watched this coffee YouTuber named James Hoffman. We need to make that copy paste, like the full thing, and then everybody just go spam it on his YouTube channel. Also, there's a Kia in my library. We should deal with this Kia. Which is overcome by terror, and it's now dead. Did your sub run out or something, or did you spell that wrong? It didn't pop up on my end. The militia commander scratches the key on the right lower leg, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Yeah, because that was my wrestler, not the... Okay, they're coming already. Perfect. Because that was my wrestler, not my spear dwarves. Or my swords dwarves. Weird that they come all the way into the library to eat instead of just eating in the tavern. So many tables in the tavern. No, let's try this. Try freeing that. I guess they'll claim that, wouldn't they? Should make these all into meeting halls. All right, see what that does. I don't know. Yeah, no, notifications are a weird thing. Follows on Twitch are... Because unlike YouTube, right? Like, when you subscribe to somebody on YouTube, it just bumps you up in the algorithm for that person, right? But because Twitch isn't algorithm-based or as algorithm-based, I guess it's more so algorithm-based now because people demanded it. But I guess Viking Lord, for you, remembering the first time I commented on your Reddit post to be like me remembering the first time Krug Smash popped into my chat. Or the first time... actually, probably the thing that I'll remember like that the most was when excessive profanity popped into my chat for the first time. And my brain exploded a little bit. And he's like, oh, yeah, no, I watch your streams all the time. I was like, excuse me, pardon? Like, I don't give a fuck about these games, but you're entertaining to listen to. That man is one of the biggest inspirations for my broadcasts ever. It's also got pretty damn good emotes. Although I don't think I've ever... Hold on, let's see. Can I actually do this? Depends on if somebody gets in the middle of it or not. Never actually gonna work. I need to like make a macro to actually get all these in. And I don't have a macro. All right, almost there. Gonna translate real well for anybody not looking at the chat. There you go. Best emotes on Twitch. Changed my mind. Got them all in. Man, these Kias are getting fucking brave. They're like actually getting into my buildings. So the frame rate got a little slow for a minute there. And I was just starting to get worried, and then it kicked back up into full speed again. All right. What time of year are we in? Late winter? Let's wait until... Yeah, screw it. Let's start doing the crafting again. And then go block, rock. And we're going to make those blocks out of nice. Let's go. Before each sentence. There's a lot of ways you could really bullshit that. With an army setting forth on the world map. Huh. I know that big lag spikes can be like, oh, something is about to spawn on your map. I never realized it would be like a random army moving somewhere. Because like a big lag spike could be like, all right, who's stealthing on the map? Or all right, who's attacking me? Or who's invading who? How are things here? Gets banned, yeah, right. The moon? Excuse me? I mean, I find the biggest lag spikes that I've had with this fort have been caused by me mining. Like, mining pathing causes a lot of weird frame drops. Yeah, and then the game would be processing who's getting the new diseases in the world, right? Yeah, that makes sense. I know that there was one time I got a massive frame lag, and then later I was looking around, and around that time there was a dragon that destroyed a fortress. Had a new moon. Yeah, maybe that's what caused it. I kind of thought it was the baby that was vomiting, but... That would also then mean that there are werebeasts in the world, because we haven't seen any yet. And there was none when we started. When we started this world, there was 59 notable dead. 59. There was 3 artifacts, and they were all slabs. There was 3 books, and they were all slabs. The same 3 slabs. Gotta do your part. None of my temples even have slabs, although I'm planning on building a temple today. I want to build like a 4-story temple. So. But I'm kind of waiting on blocks. Because I'm kind of tired of using stones for everything. Punishment dome? Probably never. I'm not taking any crazy risks with this fort. That is oddly specific. That is oddly specific. I know I've had a few crashes recently that I haven't been able to replicate. Even had one in this fort, but I didn't lose much time. So I don't know. Yeah, that's strange. One of the disadvantages of... Oh. Exxon. Gives birth to a boy. Anybody want to be Axon's newest son? He has a few. Just raise your hand in chat. Jack Rick, did you, yeah, because your second Dwarf died. I mean, sure. You were fast enough. Kind of would like to give it to people who haven't had dwarves yet, but... Put you in the queue for somebody. I don't have a queue, and the reason we don't have a queue is because I want people who are watching actively get dwarves. It's tricky, but I used to use a queue all the time, and what would happen is somebody would pop in, put themselves in the queue, and then literally never tune in again. So to avoid that issue, it's just first come, first serve. It's just first come, first serve. He is the son of Axon and Lump. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his medium-length mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids, and his short hair is neatly combed. His ears are fused-lobed, and his slightly protruding cobalt eyes are close set. He has a round chin, and his hair is a crew. His skin is sandy tone. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. My favorite one was when mountains were trying to learn a language. Although mountains are... He's extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills, and he relies on the advice of others during decision-making. He is grounded in reality and likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. Also, I should call you Jack Norick 3. He is prone to strong feelings of lust, and is sometimes cruel. He tends to be swayed by the emotional appeals, and he has a sense of duty. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and is a little wasteful when working on projects. And he is trusting, and he tends to share his experiences and thoughts with others. He likes to take it easy, and he isn't particularly ambitious. When he's bored, he often scratches his nose, and he bites his nails when he's nervous. Mood, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. This dwarf is just me, actually. I'm a day old game. I mean, some kids. Some people's children. Stray unicorn's been found dead. No! So these bloody elves, they bring us these frickin' unicorns. They never bring us a female unicorn. Or they'll bring me 2 female unicorns, but my male unicorn will have died by the time they bring me a female unicorn. It's getting a little annoying. I would really, really, really like to breed some unicorns, but how can I breed some unicorns if they never bring me a breeding pair? Those twits. God, I'm not chopping down all of their trees, and this is how they repay me by not bringing me a breeding pair of unicorns. I just want to make unicorn patties for everybody. That's so much to ask for. I mean, they need to bring me one in order for me to steal it, unless I attack them, which is a great idea. Yeah, let's just start a fucking war over burgers. Why are elves anti-tree if all of their things are made of wood? Because they don't chop down trees and make things out of wood. They simply ask the trees really nicely, and the trees grow in the shape that they need, and then they harvest it. They have a working relationship with trees. It's actually quite interesting. No thanks. I'm not gonna risk that, Quatch. I'm not gonna risk that. I'm gonna keep trading. I'm gonna keep buying all of their animals and building my zoo until I can get a breeding pair of unicorns. I'll go after goblins that are already at war with me, but elves, no. Because we are actually technically at war with the goblin civ. They've sieged us before, the Joyous Devil. But their sieges have only lasted a couple of days. They've walked like 15 steps onto the map, turned around and left. And they've always just been a bunch of bogobs. Like, not even real, like, soldiers. It's like a bunch of child snatchers and a bunch of bogoblins. Kind of strange, actually. Yeah, I always wondered that. It's like, if you can learn the secrets of life and death in Dwarf Fortress, why can't you learn the secrets of growing trees fancy? With a couple mods, yes. That is actually a planned future feature. Future feature? Feature in the future. Thing that Toady wants to do one day, maybe. Probably, hopefully. Assuming he doesn't have to stop working on the game for whatever reason. But yeah, that is a planned feature. The problem with a lot of the other races is you don't actually want that right now. Because they're not, like, playable per se. The elves are here to chittery chit chat, so they'll bring a bunch of crafts. Just have to not give them any bins. The future's futures? I never did play the Devolver Land thing. I'm aware that I'm missing a few. That's fine. I'm not sure how I've done that 3 times in a row. Need to hit Shift Enter. Hitting Enter too soon is the problem. That was weird. How'd that? Weird. But yeah, no. Using Masterwork or other modding means you can play as humans, elves, goblins, kobolds. The problem is most of those other races aren't designed to be played, so have a lot of fundamental problems that make them very difficult to play as. But personally, I think it's a little weird to have like race options in a game called Dwarf Fortress, but not unless you have DF hack installed. I mean, page up and page down will, like, move you faster, but I don't have muscle reactions good enough to, you know, hit all those in time. Like, I guess I could do, like, Shift, Enter. Shift, Enter. Well. Shift, Enter. But that's not, like, that much faster. It's easier to do it this way, because I don't actually need to look at the screen. I can just stare directly at chat and just hold up. With DF hack, you can actually just select the whole stack, even the pages you can't see, but... Oh, there we go. I don't have that, so... Yeah, I mean, we have 1,000 years. We literally have a millennium to get this trading. It's funny because, like, I'm talking about how much I'm trying to conserve frame rate, and then at the same time, I'm pumping out, like, hundreds of crafts a minute. Which is great for my frames, I'll tell you. Fucking great. We're on year 36? 37. We started on year 5. T-Fun, hello? here comes all them crafts. Oh, somebody just gave birth to a girl. Sally, you still here? Cassie gave birth to a girl. You got it. You want Sal Ford Sal or just Sal? What do you prefer? Because we just had a baby. I mean, we could go with, like... There you go. All right, so you have two sisters, Dragon Man and Quatch. Would you look at that? And your father is Euthyrus, who actually is a friend of mine on the world of YouTube, who does streaming, weirdly enough, on the world of YouTube, and has started streaming Dwarf Fortress, much to his audience's utter confusion, which is amusing to watch, actually. Like, what the fuck am I looking at? You worship the Fuchsia, which is a deity of the ignited creation, our faction. And it most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with persuasion and speech. You also worship Shin, which is the Red Rocks, a deity of the ignited creation, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with gems and wealth, jewels and wealth. I mean, you're just gonna, like, beat up your two sisters, probably. I mean, Quatch isn't that much older than you. Like, you were born today, right? Quatch is 4, so... Although Quatch is currently utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is her tragic life. We should really stop giving Quatch kids, because Quatch just, like... I don't know what's wrong with him. Everybody named Quatch just goes nuts. Or maybe it's just the parents that are bad. Maybe Cassie and Euthyrus are bad parents. I mean, you should be nice to him. He is utterly harrowed by the nightmare that it is his tragic life, supposedly. Although I think he saw somebody die. I'm pretty sure he was, like, right in front of the cave-in where 4 of my miners died. Anyway, her very long hair is braided, and her eyebrows are incredibly high. She has a prominent chin, and her nose bridge is concave. Her somewhat narrow ears have small lobes, and her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe. Her eyes are cobalt. She likes bronze, ooh, and decahedra and short swords, hatch covers. Future metal worker. I have to hiccup. She personally sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish and dreams of creating a great work of art. She sees exciting and adventurous. She seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. Occasionally overindulges and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She has little interest in joking around, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She is pleased by her appearance and talents and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and tends to consider what others think of her. She licks her lips when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Cassie, can you be a better mom, please, to your kids? Because, like, Vach is fucking losing it. Already lost it, actually. Her upper body is gone. And Dragon Man feels love after gaining a sibling, even though he's harrowed after his last one dying. Where's Quatch 2? Who's Quatch 2's kid? Okay, so Quatch 2 is the one that's still alive. Yeah, okay, so I got that wrong. The super upset Quatch is dead, which means you have one sibling, not 2. It's been a couple of days. You have one sibling, not 2, and that one sibling is Dragon Man, and she's fully grown up, whereas Quatch was 4 and died. Yes, I'm remembering now. So Quatch 2 is doing fine, but, you know, missing some toes. Just playing make-believe in the corner. He'll be okay. You're too busy ignoring your own injuries? I mean, you're too busy, like, being a busy dwarf. I'm actually, like, amazed that you're as functional as you are. All things considered, Cassie. Like, I mean, first off, you'd think that all those mudstone amulets are heavy. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 crowns. Oh, you're fully memorialized. You'll be fine. Watch was here. I mean, if you ever see a dwarf that needs alcohol to get through the working day but can't remember the last time they had some, you should be very suspicious immediately. In fact, you should probably set them on fire. Does it demoralize? If you take down a monument, ghosts can spawn again. Turns out the mudstone slows you down, but it also has healing properties. That's why lead crafts are bad. Alrighty, Cassie, get up here and do your job. You gotta trade with this person. Like shale? Actually, I do wonder how heavy mudstone crafts are. Look. Not very. Although that's just an earring, so that would be why. Amulet. Not very heavy. Also, you need new shoes and socks. We have new shoes and socks. Why haven't you put on new shoes and socks? I think the problem is, like, the children are just having trouble competing with the adults for clothing, which is a weird sentence to say. I mean, you gotta deal with the dead somehow. Maybe just let nature take over. It actually does kind of bother me that it literally takes hundreds of years for a skeleton to fully decay. It'll happen. It just takes a really long time. Or in a room that has a very large drawbridge in it that occasionally opens and closes. Although, it's especially fun when you put them on top of the drawbridge instead of under the drawbridge, and you forget to put a roof on that building, and then you pull the lever, and instead of it, like, you know, crushing the stuff, it just sends them all flying. Because I've certainly done that. It's like, oh, now there's just body parts everywhere. Well, great. Guess I get to deal with this now. There was one time I had a fight that was going on in front of my fort. And I had a whole bunch of drawbridges, like, on, like, to lock the fort, right? And I pulled the lever, and it flung all of my dwarves, plus all of the dead bodies and all the bits and pieces and everything, as well as a half dozen zombies, because there was necromancers involved, and all of their clothing just, like, into the air, and it, like, rained all over my fortress, and I was like, well, this is how I die. Awkward. What the heck is that? Shining cloth. Could buy that. Translucent cloth strings. These elves with their weird items. All of these otherworldly strings. That's, you know, I'm still waiting to see what all of that's... Like, that's the one thing that I'm really looking forward to about the Steam version, is I want to see all of the gore and bits and pieces, like, visualized in their graphical pixely glory of splat. Does anybody remember the zombie mosh pit I made where I just dumped all the zombies into a pit? And we had, like, hundreds of them in a pit. Sorted it out by just, like, dumping boulders down there. And caving in a chunk of the floor above them. It's good times. I mean, that's a legitimate scare tactic. Throwing the heads of the enemy back at the enemy. Yeah, it will be interesting. Although, like we discovered the other day, it is possible to have enough pus build up somewhere that it becomes its own tile of liquid. Wonder what that's gonna look like. Still waiting for that day. And there we go. Thank you, elves. In fact, this is my old well. It's a pool of Dwarf plus. Pus. Visualized in their pixely glory of splat. Yeah. Quote 316. Is that a favorite Bible verse? Famous Bible verse? I'd stop, pilot. Bad. No. It's probably infections. It's generally infection. Infected wound. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Dwarf Fortress keeps track of adolescent acne. I don't think that's a thing that Dwarf Fortress does. I might be wrong. I've been wrong before. But in this instance, I'm quite certain Dwarf Fortress does not keep track of acne. Like I said, could be wrong. But I'm relatively confident that Dwarf Fortress is not keeping track. You know, it's something that... Nah, never mind. The thought. Thought that some people here probably wouldn't like. Alright, so I kind of want to move that temple. I'm kind of thinking put the temple underground, though. Like on this layer. Animal, I will time you out if you don't stop. Yesterday. Unless you want to see a streamer projectile vomit. Maybe don't. Yo, hey, Koch. Go get yourself some clothing. Can you still complain about memories after? I mean, of me projectile vomiting or shitty clothing? I mean, you can still complain as long as you don't go nuts. You can complain all you want as long as you don't go nuts. I can't wait until I can get rid of all these craft store shops and move them. Crush them. Put them in a big pile. Make crafts. Probably in that order. You know, that's actually a good point. Dogs should play with bones. Dogs should go to the bone stockpile and then, like, pick up bones and run around with them. It actually bothers me now that I think about it that they don't do that. The Riptorus is off to work. There you are. Making the nicest shoes we've ever seen. We're doing on bars. 79 charcoal. I have 516 iron. All right, what the fuck should I start doing with this iron? Can make brass, sterling silver. Can make brass. Brass, use bars. Say 30. Make us some brass furnitures. I don't have flux yet. There is a flux stone layer. Don't have flux yet. And hey, War Merchant, how you doing? Thanks for the 2,000 channel points towards making me go away. I've only been making bolts out of bones. It's a good use for them. But don't stockpile them. Make sure that they're breaking them or something. Thanks, Dr. Phineas. I don't think so, no. Well, I mean, you can train dogs to be a hunting dog, a ward dog. I think that's the two. Like, they can be hunting dogs or war dogs. Hunting dogs will go around and murder stuff. They'll murder cute animals for your dwarves to eat. They're basically just, like, very effective cats. So. But, like, to give you an idea how much iron we have. 2,247 mudstone, 2,207 limonite, which is a little bit ridiculous. Because I haven't even found, like, marble or anything. So, yeah, no, I need to dig down. Wait, do I not have zinc? I thought I did. I guess they just powered through them. Guess we used all of the zinc that we had. All right, well, there we go. Nuke that. Instead, just say... I guess I could start making lead statues. How much lead do I have? $47 lead. Make 40 lead statues. And we're going to... Okay, so I want to make terracotta warriors. I want to start making an army of, like, soldier dwarves. Should I make them, like, a famous king or something? Or should I just make them a dwarf soldier with a weapon? You can pet dogs in adventure mode, though, animal. Dwarf Fortress was featured on the You Can Pet the Dog Twitter account, which is beautiful. One of the best things that I think has happened in video games this year. A dwarf with a hammer? We don't have any hammer dwarves in this fort, though. A dwarf. Object. Spear. One spear. As if you had any to begin with. Tygo, it's good to see you. How you been? Thanks for keeping that sub alive for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Cheers, dude. Yeah, give me get a proper round of beers for Tygo. Cheers. I like how a game I don't even really stream is eating your free time and you're blaming me for that. An image of a dwarf and a spear. The dwarf is admiring the spear. The dwarf is striking a triumphant pose. Bejeweled lance. I think we should rename that. What should we call this thing? This image of a dwarf and a spear, and the dwarf is striking a triumphant pose and admiring the spear. The eternal lance? That could work. The eternal spear? I think we can roll with that. That works. The eternal spear. So we're going to make 40 of these. Oops. I'm so used to escape being done. All right. Why? Here we go. Let's work through some of this lead. And silver. Let's make 30 silver coins. We're going to mint a bunch of coins. I'm going to make a stockpile for the coins, and we're just going to make like a treasury, I guess. Lag spike right there. I wonder what that was. Maybe the elves deciding they're going to leave. Okay. Yeah. Oh, they're done with the last of the mudcrafts. I'll just leave. We have 167 mudstone left, chat room. 167. 167 mudstone left. I can't wait to go dig anywhere and just make more mudstone. But like, seriously though, only 167 left. I can almost just like get rid of that mudstone stockpile. Almost. I mean, I'm making blocks out of gneiss, not mudstone. I'm trying to get rid of the mudstone. You telling me you're letting Kia steal the god stuffs and not like, you know, putting it away where you're supposed to? You twit. There's some of the... Okay, here's the thing that I always tell people about roguelikes, Tygo. They're a genre of games that have existed since the 80s. There's a reason they still exist. And there's a reason people are still making them. Just because they'll never have a hyper mainstream appeal doesn't detract from their quality as game. Like, there's a reason they still exist. The problem with them is they're hard to sell. For 1,000,000,001 reasons. I kind of wish we'd find the ore of zinc. How deep have I actually gone down? Is it literally just down to here? Kind of want to use some Dwarven Radar. Has Jellybutt just completely lost it? Yeah. Jellybut's completely lost it. I think I just heard a gun. It's pleasant. Well, I'm glad that I could help you enjoy a genre of games again, or learn to enjoy a genre of games. Also, just something that's worth noting. There's a name that I actually recognize who's streaming DF. Claims to be a new player. The game looks to be using a Space Fox tile set. So if people want to go over there and lurk, just dying of depression is what you're doing. It's kind of unfortunate, really. A leopard parchment choir. Can someone like shoot these Kias in the face with something sharp, please? Yeah, if anybody wants to go over there and help him out, if he needs it, be cool. So you IRL? Hopefully you're not dying. Instead just coping, but it's unfortunate when Dwarf Fortress is too accurate to real life. Except I don't think you're in prison right now, actually. You may be dying of depression, but as long as you're not in a room because you murdered somebody, you're doing okay. You know? Let's get that Galena mind out of there. That's all orange gems. Seems suspiciously familiar. I mean, I see a dog holding a rubber duck, so it seems fine to me. I don't have a dog anywhere in my branding. To be fair, I did steal the whole rubber ducks thing from a friend of mine. Like, the original rubber duck was given to me by somebody else. Don't you love it when you're just, like, carving out coffin areas, and then you just hit valuable ore, and then you have to go and desecrate all their coffins? It's like, I feel bad that I'm just, like, ruining all of your lovely burial grounds, but, like, this mining... We need... The dwarves would understand, right? Right? I think they would understand. What's that? Is that Hornblade? Yeah, it's Hornblade. You know, once a tomb has something buried in it, like, disturbing the tomb should be able to, like, unlock curses or something. I think that would be cool. What kind of material is this? It's all granite. Now, if you ripped up the native metal flooring, I mean, the flooring is granite, not metal. If they had ore floor, but I don't think this floor is ore. Yeah, it's all granite. Also, to the person who literally just followed me a minute ago, I've seen your name before. Not sure whose channel I've seen it in, but I've seen your name before. Cheers. on the zoomed in visuals due to having the better graphics. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. It's kind of unfortunate. Hi, watching from work. Yeah, I've seen your name before. I'm trying to think whose channel I've seen it in now. I've certainly seen your name before. Cheers. What a bunch of random ass animals that all need to be at. Like apparently I have a pond turtle. Bunch of kangaroos and stuff. I mean, the mini-map right now is like... I know what I'm looking at in DF. I don't know what most of that shit is supposed to be representing. Like... Yeah, I've seen watching from work in other places. I don't know if I've seen it in your channel, so it's possible. I'm trying to think now. I don't know. I have a spooky good memory for names. There was a time where this guy pops into my channel and starts chatting. I'm like, wait, I know you. And this person's like, I'm sorry, what? I'm like, this League of Legends stream that I used to mod in, I timed you out. And he's just like, wait, what? And I was like, yeah, for, can't even remember what I timed him out for. I just remember timing him out for something. Probably Rushlock, actually. Probably Rushlock, actually. Because one of my teammates used to be part of Rushlock's stream team when he did that actively. And my podcast co-host used to play a fuck ton of Eve. Probably Rushlock. That's probably it, yeah. I think I maybe spoke twice in Rushlock's channel ever, though. I lurk there a lot. Twitch is a small world, especially for the more niche games. It's funny, it's like Twitch is a huge, open, wide space for the big popular games, but the second we start talking about smaller games, it's like everybody knows each other. It's like when people, when I see people complaining about Twitch being oversaturated, it's just like you just need to find a less saturated part of Twitch. Like the number of people, I'll have people pop in and they'll be like, yo, I've seen you in Northern Quarters channel, or I've seen you in Colonel Will's channel, or I've seen you in XLE's channel. It's like, yeah, well, man. Or like when me and my team recorded a trailer for a game and we put this trailer out and I got a DM the next day from somebody who was watching me. He was like, did you know that you're in a trailer with a bunch of other streamers I happen to know? How do you know these other streamers? I'm like, they're all in my team. What are you talking? I work with these people on a daily basis. And you were excited? I gotcha. I've seen you on the internet. Weird. Me too. Yeah, I think that the Steam version is going to be both a trial by fire for a lot of people and also... I guess my big worry is this. The Steam version, a lot of people are expecting it to be... Oh my god, it has UI. It's going to be totally approachable. It's not going to make the game any more comprehensible for somebody who doesn't know what they're looking at. I wondered how you found this game. Yeah. Or like, when Wanderbot popped into my Discord to ask where I was and if I was okay when I was in hospital. And then someone immediately started freaking out going, you know Wanderbot? And I'm like, yeah. Or like all the people that have conniption fits when Flux Trance drops into my chat. There's not that many these days that have conniption fits. Dude, there was a hell of an F1 race this morning, so you're not the only person who's geeking out about sports right now, Boogaroo. As Cyclone said, it was less of a race and more of a demolition derby. It's, almost half the grid was gone by the end of it. Yeah, they will have a cat instead of a C. Yes, no, totally. I hope I can still use all my hotkeys, even with the mouse support, because I'm pretty dependent on my hotkeys. Well, I mean, actually, that would be PC, because the panda is a P, a blue P, and the C would be like a gray C with a cat. Like, you know that you've played a lot of Dwarf Fortress when you can tell the difference between a cave troll and a giant cave toad when they're side by side. Slightly different shade of gray. One's a little bit lighter. One's a little bit darker. And the way they move. One kind of just spurts forward, and the other one just kind of, like, moves smoothly. And you can really tell that you've played a lot of Dwarf Fortress when you can tell the difference between a tree and a blind cave ogre. Because they're both just capital zeros. But yeah, no, I agree. Pretty graphics make the game look more approachable, and the sunk cost fallacy of people having spent money on the game will make more people stick with it, I think. Wetzigal is horrified. You poor soul. This dwarf watched several children die, and it's destroyed him. Although at least you have a pet KV boar. You poor dwarf. It won't be a toggle function. I think that you're going to have to opt into a different branch, just like opting into an unstable version, but lots of people know how to do that. You're a bit colorblind, and that's why ASCII-based tile sets are a bit harder for you to play. Fair. But why don't you use one of those tile sets like the Matrix tile set where everything is green? Or, like, use the tile set that we made, which is perfect, which is just everything is Nicolas Cage's face. I mean, it's obviously the perfect tile set. Because you just get to stare at your one true god the entire time. And then the fact that Hayes has managed to actually play a fort for the better part of an hour. And actually build, like, a relatively functional fort using one sprite. Yeah, you know, I agree. My biggest concerns about the Steam version are people will have unrealistic expectations from the Steam version, as in expecting things like smooth animations and stuff, because I think there are some people who are expecting that. And people who... And the other thing that I'm worried about is that it's going to make working on the game harder for Tarn. But... It is 1 p.m. I'm going to quickly take a break from you guys and go grab me my lunch. I got to go do injections and stuff. I will be hopefully under 10 minutes. I'll just let you guys follow the door. Let's follow Animal. Why not? You guys can follow Animal. He's working on Mudstone crafts. Hopefully by the time I'm done with my lunch, all of this mudstone will be gone. And then we can continue this conversation. I'll be back in a minute. All right, I return. Sandwich in hand. Yeah, I'm aware. Most colorblind settings are fucking trash for video games. It's actually a huge problem.
This is madness! Madness. This is Stone Hobo.
I'm pretty sure it's a sandwich, not Stone Hobo.
Yeet.
It's a sandwich. I made it myself. Hi, Hobo. How are you? That was a race this morning. But yeah, no, I'm just worried that the Steam version is going to change too much about Tarn's workflow and make it harder for him to actually get things done. Because I think one of the most beautiful things about Dwarf Fortress is the fact that he just gets to have fun working on a thing that he loves working on. And he has basically stated in update posts and the podcast that working on UI is no fun. I don't want him to burn out. Your internet's still faster than mine, Hobo. I think prior to this, he, like, realistically, was probably planning on never redoing the UI. I just accidentally turned one of my monitors off. Back on now so I can see chat. Yeah, wanting to avoid the paradox problem of let's just staple more UI onto it is admirable, to say the least. It's an incredibly respectable desire. Yeah, what Quatch said. UI is extremely complicated. UI is extremely complicated. What are you hauling? That's a lot of muds. Electrum. Gotcha. My fave's synth rock. I don't really listen to any synth rock. Listen to some synth pop. Like, I don't really listen to any synth pop bands. I listen to bands that use synths. I don't really listen to any synth rock. In fact, I try to avoid synth rock. I used to mock a friend of yours in university who was doing computer science major in psych. The happy dwarf. The slim and streamlined UI? Well, I mean, DF Classic is going to be available because Steam won't let you... Steam won't let you have a free version of a game that you sell. So the free version has to also be included in the Steam version. So if you sell something on Steam, if you have a separate version of the game that is identical, that is free, that free version also has to be available in the Steam version. Because Steam is controlling like that, I guess. So the DF Classic will be available through the Steam launcher once you have it. I kind of wish that instead of... I wonder how well it would work instead of just selling it for $20 on Steam. If Dwarf Fortress was just a free download on Steam, and then you pay $20 for a DLC for the UI or the fancy artwork, I guess, and the music. I wonder how well that would do instead of just selling the game. Although then you'd probably get more people buying it and immediately bouncing off. But it would hold kind of the classic scene up. Or just like have it available as a separate download. I don't know. The thing I really want them to do, and I don't know if they'll ever do this, is I want them to take all of the Bay 12 games and package them up and sell it for $5 and just call it the Bay 12 Games Collection or something. Because I would love to play all of their broken demos that they never released. I would love to play some of those. Yeah, it probably wouldn't work as well monetarily, but, you know, it'd be cool. You have to wake up in 5 hours. Yeah, go to bed, Pie. Christ. Good to see you, though. But out of curiosity, Shiloh the Homie, you only just followed me 11 minutes ago, so what band are you referring to that I was listening to? Because I try and avoid synth rock. Like, bands that try and be rock bands that are all synths just bother me. I mean, it would be like... It would be like... Liberal Crime Squad would be like the heavy hitter from that. The original Slaves to Armok, even if it's just like completely busted. Whatever that war game that they made where you have the soldiers and just like run around and shoot people. What's it called? I need to... World War I medic. Yeah, that thing. And then anything else that they still have functional builds of that never was released. I would just love to see all that stuff. Because there's so much weird shit that they've worked on. Sell it for $5. I wonder how well that would do. I mean, if Chip's Challenge is on Steam, come on, they can put up other stuff. Hang in there, Questicle. Because you desperately want to practice a craft. So stoneworking and weaving. Those are kind of my go-tos. It's all of our productions. All of the statues are done, too. Let's build the 40 lead statues, which are done. Not a whole lot, Hayes. How's the master of the greatest tiles set ever created? Or the greatest tiles set that B-Lugs created? Sounds like you've prioritized things correctly then, Taiga. Gonna take those dwarves a little while to haul those statues. Thanks, Basta. Said I play good music. I mean, I do stream records at the start of my stream. Generally. We played like 2 hours of stoner rock earlier today. I was talking about synth rock. I own like one synth rock record and it's not even close to my favorite record. I listen to some like independent rock with synths in it, but I don't listen to any synth rock. Streamer's doing all right. Streamer's just confused about this whole synth rock question. Like, I own a Scandroid record, but that's like not a record I would necessarily recommend to people. Doing decently. Stomp some AR bots and Company of Heroes too. I kind of still want to play Iron Harvest, even though that game only has like mixed reviews. Just because like I've been itching to play like a Company of Heroes type game. But yeah, no, the first 2 hours of my stream is when I play records. So if you go back in the VOD from today for the first 2 hours, you can see the music that I play. Company of Mix, yeah. A bunch of my friends kind of got paid to play that game, and they were only willing to pay people who were in the UK play it, so unfortunately, get that opportunity. Would have considered it if I did. We bring all these goddamn statues down here. If they are compared to the KCOH series, it's the same subgenre. It's the same style of FPS. Well, not FPS, RTS. What brain? My brain started at S and worked backwards and went in the wrong direction. But then again, the only other game that's really tried to walk in the... Does that actually work? All right, the more you know. The only other game that's tried to walk in the shoes of COH was that one game by Destructive Games, Ancestors Legacy? Yes, Ancestors Legacy, which was okay. Was no Company of Heroes, but it was okay. First 2 hours of the stream. Hello. Iron Harvest is alright, it just needs some updates to be a great game. They essentially released the same amount of features. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, it's also very unfair to like compare a new game to a game that's had like 10 years of developer support and mods. My name is Mistum. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. It's like comparing Dwarf Fortress directly to Oddrealm. It's like, it's not even fair. There's much to share. Information's been added to those civilizations and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Same as last year. Leather and silk. And all of the metal bars. Even zinc, so we can make some brass. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Craftsdwarf ship. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes will rise and fall together. See, what news did they give us? Wars are still at war with the gobs. I think that's kind of the only real news that they have. I kind of miss when we had the Baroness because we were getting news from what was going on with the elves. They were sending us updates as well. Right now, we're just working off of rumors. Cena, the human bard, visits once again every single year around the same time. I know, I feel like Company of Heroes is a style of game that people have been trying to match for a while. And it's difficult. But then again, that's also kind of Dwarf Fortress. It was funny, I was in my, in a friend of mine's stream the other day. And, he was just like, can't wait for Dwarf Fortress to come out on Steam. And then one of his viewers was like, but then all of the little people trying to make clones of Dwarf Fortress, their games will die. And he's like, and nothing of value would be lost. Welcome back, Irish Stupid. I want to see something stupid, chat, that makes me angry. This game. Links in chat. Looked really fucking cool, and then I realized they were advertising it as a roguelike. Makes me sad. Because I want to play that game. I'd consider playing it, but the fact that they're calling it publicly a roguelike makes me upset. Did I burn something really accidentally? I mean, it smells like burning tires in here, so if I'm making you smell napalm, that's pretty standard, actually. Oh, all of the little DF clones dying. I mean, there's so many terrible ones that are being sold purely on the back of, we're like Dwarf Fortress. Yep. Because it's not turn-based, last I checked. Watch. I get really annoyed when real-time games are like, we're a roguelike. It's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. Will always bother me. There's just something about me that concerns me when I see that. It annoys the crap out of me. Spelunky knows it's not a roguelike. I don't need those lead bars, though. Got plenty of lead. Actually, fuck it, I'll buy the lead. Why not? We'll just use it. It also has unlockables, Quatch. Should I continue? A lot of people seem to think that any game with random item spawns and permadeath is a roguelike, and no. A run-based game. Not a roguelike. Half a marathon on a treadmill? Oh, God. Yeah, because of all the smoke, right? You guys are getting completely cluster-fucked by the smoke right now, too. Like, we have it pretty bad up here, but you guys have it, like, 50,000 times worse. Sure. Well, you can say a game has roguelike elements. That's fine. You can say that a game is an action roguelike. You could even say real-time roguelike, and I won't get upset. But when you say it's a roguelike and it has nothing to do with rogue, it bothers me. Yep. Yeah, you're like 6 times. 5 times worse than Beijing, China. Downtown. Okay, but here's the thing, right? If you're strict in other ways, sure. But if you have, let's just say, unlockable weapons, unlockable perks, which is meta progression, that's then 2 attributes. By the strict definition that you're giving me right now, Quatch, PUBG is a roguelike. PUBG has everything it needs to be considered a roguelike by the modern definition. So, I realize you're just trying to stir shit, because I know you like to stir shit. But that's all I'll say. If you disagree with me on that, then that's totally fine. PUBG's a roguelike. Real roguelikes? Probably Caves of Cud, to be completely honest. Caves of Cud, Brogue, Jupiter Hell, probably Aliens RL, Adom. Make a short list. That isn't what you're up to? Okay, it reads like that, but... We'll melt down all them steel anvils. But if you're not trying to start shit, fair enough. It's just... To me, a game needs 2 of 3 major points in order to fit into a subgenre, right? It's like most of the games out there that call themselves RPGs aren't RPGs. Most of the modern games that are made that call themselves RPGs are actually an adventure game or an action game with RPG elements. They pull 1 or 2 things and call themselves that thing. It waters down what that thing is until it ceases to be that thing. That's happened to roguelikes, where a lot of games will take 1 or 2 mechanics and then advertise themselves as a more niche product so that people buy it. So for me, in order for something to be considered one of my favorite genres, it needs to have 2 of 3 things, more or less. It needs to have permadeath with minimal meta progression. If you can have a little bit of meta progression, but keep the meta progression to a minimum. Ideally turn-based. I probably should be turn-based. If it's not turn-based, then it's not a roguelike anymore to me. It's an action roguelike, which is fine. You can make like a real-time roguelike. That's fine. But just state that it's not a traditional roguelike anymore. You can't make a real-time turn-based tactics game. You can make a real-time tactics game, but that's a different genre. There's a difference between Commandos and XCOM. They're both tactics games. One's a real-time tactics game and one's a turn-based tactics game. There's a difference between Cogmind and Binding of Isaac. Sure, they're both run-based games, but Binding of Isaac is an action game, whereas Cogmind is a turn-based game. Cogmind is a roguelike. Binding of Isaac's an action roguelike. It's not that difficult a distinction. That's like the best description I can give you. And the modern definition for most people, when they refer to most roguelikes, suddenly it becomes such a wide genre, the genre ceases to exist. Yeah, exactly. You can call a game run-based, and it has almost nothing to do with roguelike. Technically, like, any horde shooter is a run-based game. If you have unlocks and you replay the same content with slight variations, it's a run-based game. So then fucking, by modern definitions, Left 4 Dead's a roguelike. It has variations in the runs. Loot's in the same place generally, but loot can be different because you can find random loot throughout. And the enemies spawn in different places. And it's highly replayable. It's like suddenly everything, like the genre just ceases to exist if you accept all real-time games as roguelikes. You played Adom a lot? The others you've never even heard of? Look up Caves of Cud, look up Jupiter Hell, look up Brogue. Such a good game. FTL is not a roguelike. FTL is a very good run-based strategy game. It's not a roguelike. It's got progression. It's got unlocks. It's got, why am I blanking on the word that I'm looking for here? It's got progression. It's got unlocks. It has permadeath to an extent, but because you're unlocking things every run for your next run, it's not a roguelike. Because it's not true permadeath. And it's real time with pause. The game can be played fully in real time. That's not a roguelike. Same with their other game. It's a run-based tactics game. Also not a roguelike. It's a perfectly good argument for it to not be a roguelike. Watch. It's a run-based strategy game or an action roguelike, whatever you prefer to call it. I don't know how else to explain this to you, really. If it's not turn-based, to me, it's not a roguelike. Just like a real-time tactics game isn't an XCOM clone. It's a real-time tactics game. I actually played like a XCOM style game that used kind of the Worms style once. Tygo, where like you take control of a character and run around in real time and then shoot something and then someone else would do it. It was a weird game. Yeah, no, Stellaris isn't a 4X. Stellaris is a grand strategy that uses some 4X trappings to make the game more approachable. A 4X game shouldn't really be real-time, in my opinion. That's why, like, Sins of a Solar Empire isn't quite a 4X. This is like the 20th time or something this Bard has wanted to stay here. It's just like, I get annoyed when people call They Are Billions a city builder. And I've seen that. I've also seen people call They Are Billions an RTS. It's not an RTS because you can pause. Like, there's kind of two main parties, I think, with genres, right? There's people that like genres to be specific. And then there's people that want genres to just be general and have no meaning. So I say, what's the purpose of having genres if they're all super generalized? You get so much more out of a genre if you can be specific about it. You know, there's a reason there's like a dozen different variations for FPS, right? There's arcade FPS. There's games that are closer to Quake, so like an arena FPS. Like if I say arena FPS, you immediately know what I'm talking about. I'm talking like Quake. I'm talking about fast-paced games with pickups, distributed weapons around the map, rocket jumping, that sort of stuff, right? If I say class-based RTS, you know, or not RTS, FPS. I can't speak today. Class-based FPS, you know that I'm talking about like Overwatch. I'm talking about Team Fortress, stuff like that. If I say FPS with asymmetrical combat, you immediately know that I'm talking about like something like Dead by Daylight, although that has some third-person shit in it, or a game like Giant Citizen Kabuto, or even Left 4 Dead 2 multiplayer. I've never played Out There, so I have no idea what Out There is. I mean, that's a JRPG. If you say JRPG, I know what you're talking about. If you say Western RPG, I know what you're talking about. If you say CRPG, I know what you're talking about. People should know the difference between roguelike and action roguelike. It's not that complicated. But for some reason, the entire, like, game-playing populace has just decided that roguelike is something else. And for people who really like those types of games, it bothers us because this is our genre, my favorite genre that you've suddenly decided isn't a relevant genre anymore for some reason and is exactly the same as another type of game that I also like, but is very different. Final Fantasy is a JRPG. That's their own weird brand of RPG, but Final Fantasy's become a weird fucking thing over the last few years. I'll agree with you there. All right, how are we doing on clothing? Let's just select a random dwarf and see what you need. Gloves. Yeah, you need new gloves. New socks. JRPG is a useless category? I disagree with that, because Japan has a very different style of RPG design versus a North American RPG. But I don't like JRPGs, and I don't really like North American RPGs, so I'm not going to bother arguing this one. You can just have that. Like, if you want to say it's a useless category, fuck it, I agree with you, but I disagree because someone says JRPG, I know immediately I don't want to play it. I would agree with you that it's a dumb fucking name for a category. I mean, if you know what a JRPG is, you'd know that a JRPG is going to be a very long, relatively linear, story-heavy RPG with turn-based combat. It's a very different style of game that has existed as long as Western RPGs. Why does that make it non-legitimate? Wetzigol is tantruming. Expedition leader. Been going downhill for a while. It's kind of a sad story, to be honest. A short tantrum. No crimes committed. Because the Japanese also make... How about this? It's not a stupid name. It's a dated name. Because the Japanese are making a much wider variety of RPGs these days. Nothing is gained with the term. I know I don't want to play it if it has the term attached. I can tell you right now, I don't want to play it. If it has JRPG attached to it, I have no interest. I know I will find it boring and probably dislike it. No clarity is gained? I disagree with that. Completely disagree. Also, we're done with Mudstone. I don't think you're... See, here's the thing. I agree with what you're saying, Quatch. But the term interactive fiction with combat doesn't mean anything. That could be attached to anything. But JRPG, I know exactly what kind of game you're talking. So it just means that it's been around for a very long. I have no idea. I've never actually played a Mystery Dungeon game, so I couldn't tell you. Like I said, Quatch, I don't want to have this discussion because I don't like JRPGs. And it's very clear that you don't like JRPGs. So I don't see what point you're trying to make aside from let's just be rude to JRPGs. Yeah, every single game that exists is interactive fiction with combat, basically. Any game with combat could be classified as that. Well, if you like classifying things, then how come you're just trying to remove the classifications for things that are well known? No? Okay, well then prove it to me. The fuck is Caves of Cud, if not interactive fiction with combat? The heck is Call of Duty? It's interactive fiction with combat. I mean, we've got one type of rock disposed of. Now we need to figure out what to do with the other one. CCX, but we're working on it. We're working on it. One rock at a time. The heck is Just Cause? It's interactive fiction with combat. Albeit poorly written fiction, but still fiction. Caves of Cud is Cooking Mama 3, in fact. Actually, have they made more than... They've probably made more than 3 Cooking Mamas. Interactive fiction is like a visual novel, which is a different thing. No, we have different definitions for games that you play through that are just a story. I think you just have a different idea how games should be classified than everybody else. Which means you should probably like pay more attention to games media and know what's going on and what people call things. That's how this reads. What Hobo said, yeah. Also, hey, living in a volcano. Really deep fiction? Yeah. Well, I mean, the writing itself is pretty light and loose in DF, but the fiction that it can create is incredible. Interactive fiction is like books that you buy. I used to buy interactive fiction. But no, I personally think that JRPGs are an incredibly good descriptor. I know exactly what a JRPG is when I buy a JRPG. I know I will hate it. Like, for example, Dragon's Dogma isn't a JRPG. In fact, it's classified as a Western RPG. But it's made by a Japanese studio. It's a Japanese studio making a Western RPG, action RPG in the style, or making a RPG in the style of a Western action RPG. Oh yeah, all the time when I was younger. I had this one that was about aliens that was fucking bullshit. There wasn't a single situation to win except for, like, being an asshole to your friend at the beginning. Like, you basically literally needed to tell your friend to go sod off and die and leave him to die. And then it would take you in this really, 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 really weird, long, convoluted journey where you eventually convince the aliens to leave, but your friend still dies. So in my opinion, there was no good ending, and it makes me mad. I read the whole thing. Hot cup of tea. The whole thing. Although if you want some really good interactive fiction, it's a game that I like to shout at every now and again. Please. Play these. Really good interactive fiction. Proper interactive fiction. I mean, it's proc-gen fiction, but it's still fiction. Awesome. It's a thing of beauty. Quatch, have you ever actually played a JRPG? Like in its entirety? And have you ever actually played a visual novel in its entirety? No, I've played visual novels and I've played JRPGs. I've also played visual novels that have combat. And, like, action game mechanics. I give him $1 a month on Patreon because I like his game and I want him to keep making it. And I don't really play it much. Okay, then why are you arguing that a thing's not allowed to have its name when you have no basis in the argument aside from arguing? Like, you don't have a dog in this fight, so maybe it's time to accept that you might not be entirely the right person to have this argument. I mean, I'm just about to time out Quatch because I'd rather have Hobo in the conversation. I don't feel like talking to Quatch about this anymore. But like, I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck is your point aside from piss people off and be a dick about things. Still waiting for a response. And Hobo, I think it's the latter. You're just trying to think this through as you go? Okay. Well, it reads like this. It reads like you are completely ignorant on the genres that you're talking about and inexperienced in the genres that you're talking about. And if you... Yeah, it sucks, Disco. It sucks. So... perhaps educate yourself a little bit in the topics that you're trying to debate before you tell people that they are wrong. Not in particular, no. Living in a volcano. I tried playing Star Wars The Old Republic, the first one, like 3 times, and found them mind-numbingly boring. The only BioWare game I was ever really able to get into was Mass Effect 2. And I managed to lose a save due to a computer crash. Around 35 hours into the game and never went back. We did it. Maybe something the poor guy likes. I mean, he has a statue that he got when he became our expedition leader. The 3rd expedition leader in the fort. We've had a few. I'm not entirely certain as to what is wrong with this dwarf. He was kind of around this level of, like, dejected for a while and then randomly just became haggard. And it sucks. So, anyway, Quatch, I like you. You do come across as extremely ignorant in a lot of discussions. So. And if you're just trying to, like, ask questions about a genre that you don't understand, especially if, like, these are genres that you're not well versed in, maybe accept what the people who know what they're talking about are saying and learn from that instead of just saying, I don't accept this thing as this thing, and then later stating that you're not well versed in it. That's all. Yeah, it sucks. And like anything can cause them to pick up that trait. It's like, oh, you know, not acquiring something for too long or sleeping on the floor once or getting rained on. Sure. But then you started making claims about a genre not being a genre and saying that you don't consider a genre, which is been widely accepted for as long as that genre's existed. It would be like if people knew what roguelike was and have known what roguelikes are and then suddenly decided, hey, those aren't roguelikes. We know what JRPGs are. JRPGs have been a thing for a very, very, very long time and will continue to be. Can you fish out of a river? Yeah, if I wanted to fish. Don't have any desire to fish, though. Everything has different properties in Dwarf Fortress, or it tries to be, anyway. It's like every metal is a different weight and density. You can have soft metals, hard metals, heavy metals, light metals. Same with the different woods that were mentioned above. Oh, I don't think so. I know there are certain types of fish that can go extinct, but vermin just spawn as far as I know. And most fish or smaller fish are classified as vermin. I don't know. Good question. I know that metals have hardness and flexibility, but I feel like bone and wood have different flexibility and durability statistics. You need to actually look at the numbers. I don't know off the top of my head. I was streaming at the time, and I haven't had the chance to go watch the VOD yet. I'd like to, though, living in a volcano. Although I know kind of the important bits. Why are you not putting those quires in the library, you twits? Oh, it's because writing materials at max. Well... He's still batshit crazy. I mean, I would expect nothing less. I think he's just a very personal, funny guy who almost has a persona that he plays. Tarn's interesting. And he also just really likes talking about his game and the weird quirks about his game, which if you watch a lot of what he says and play a lot of Dwarf Fortress, seems a lot less crazy. Because anybody who talks about DF a lot sounds crazy. Which is kind of funny. Something I kind of love about DF. Really easy to sound crazy when talking about DF. We have so many writing materials. My god. Still pondering the pulley. I haven't written any new books today, though. That kind of sucks. Someone up here is a real messy dwarf. Look at all this stuff. Just chilling. Whose bed is that? Who's so messy? Cassie and Euthris, man, their unit's just like full of clothing. Just full. I think that with fame, there's kind of 3 directions that people go, right? There's people who say that if they get famous, they won't change, and they very much do change. Then there's people who think they won't change if they get famous, but it still changes them. And then there's people who can't really comprehend the idea of being famous, even if they are famous, and they just kind of continue trucking along regardless of how famous they become. Like, I'm one of those people where I don't think I would change, but I can tell you right now I've already changed, and I'm not even particularly famous. But I've definitely changed the way I act since gaining a little bit of fame. It's usually why you have piles of clothing. No, one of them is just messy and we'll just leave things strewn about without a care. Yeah. That or potentially their cabinet's full. I think that's a thing. Let's give them another cabinet, see if that fixes it. But no, neither of them have gone crazy. Both of them are quite sane, actually. What you're reading. What book is that? The Guild of Vines. A one-page essay entitled The Guild of Vines, Problems and Solutions, authored by Vin. It concerns the acceptance of the dwarf Vin as a member of the Guild of Vines in the mid-autumn of the year 6. Writing is stunningly self-indulgent and reasonably serious. It's amateurish at best. R.I.P. Vin. I would change you for sure. I've never had anybody sign my chest. Or ask me to sign their chest. I've never actually had anybody ask me to sign a body part. I've signed casts with my Twitch handle. 2, actually. Although it's weird when people ask me for my fucking signature and I always fudge it up. Oh, I signed a what's it called? Like a handkerchief thing that someone was wearing on their head. Nobody's signing your chest. I know somebody who met Steven Spielberg on a film set as a camera tech. Asked Steven Spielberg to sign his shoulder blade, and then walked into the closest tattoo shop and got them to tattoo over it. So he has a tattoo of Steven Spielberg's signature on his shoulder. It's way too fucking cool. If you fly to where I live, I will sign your forehead and give you a beer, Hayes. For a mega project in this fort? The fort itself is kind of a mega project. Well, I mean, the fort is a giant pit, okay? So one thing at a time. But the goal is to keep this fort alive for 1,000 years. How many years are we at? 37. I want to get to like 40 today. Ideally. 40 minimum, considering we started at 36. So we started on year 5. And then get that tattooed. Please don't. Please don't get face tattoos. And this is coming from somebody who has 4 tattoos on his body. Please don't get face tattoos. Unless you have a lot of money. We're up to 42 books all of a sudden. A record of animal diets. We've read that one. Study of animals. Classic interviews. History of beliefs. Bracelets. Start your day with the mountain halls. Guild of Vines. A humble offering to pulleys. Secret interviews. These are all ones I've seen before. After the end. Interpretations of interviews. I'm looking for ones I haven't seen before. The definitive guide to interviews. Anandar. Mountain home. Further musings. Visit the dwarves. Thoughts on Anandar. Useful mountain halls. Might have just been copies. Just copies. Got into an argument, Rhinestone. Well, I mean, you are a scholar, so I guess that's fitting. I mean, it's been 30 years, and we're still running at 50 FPS, so we're fine for right now. All forts will slow down eventually if you are careful. Is there a magic way to remove clutter from a workshop? Quantum stockpiles are kind of magic. Nuking items into oblivion with DF hack is kind of magic. I don't know, that's kind of a bit of an open question. I mean, clutter isn't really that big of a deal either. Yeah, that would probably be the best way. But cluttered, like, doesn't even affect the workshop that much. It really doesn't. Hey, Harold. Dismantle workshop, build it somewhere else. That also does it, but then you have a giant stack of ugly items in a square you get to deal with. Slugs are already pretty tame. It's not like a slug's gonna bite you. If it gets bad enough? Yeah, but like, I've never really had a problem with it. I don't really worry about min-maxing stuff anyway, so it's like all of these are cluttered. But, you know. Hopefully the elves don't come kill me. So many like random ass bits of crap. 569 with fire. Like all my soldiers already have full sets of armor. And that's not even like a third of my iron. I got so much iron, it's ridiculous. Yeah. Pillars of Eternity, that's a good one. You've had it to a point where it took you an in-game month to make charcoal? I don't know what you're producing, but you should probably produce less of it. Also, out of, like, what are you burning that would make your game lag that much? That's intense. Stockpile minecart, no, all my workshops, you're going with that. Stockpile minecart thing is very effective. I won't deny that. Ah, right, I was like, wait, why can't I build that rank? They're not technically up there yet. Pillars of Eternity, the other PoE. Pillars of Eternity has proven to me that acronyms are dumb and we shouldn't use them just as a society. Because PoE and PoE. You've overmunched slightly. That was a pretty long munching session if you were munching the whole time. What were you munching on? Still waking up. Good morning. Or evening, or whatever your relevant morning is to you. Making a lookout tower. Although it's only going to be a matter of time before someone falls off this thing. They cancel that? Yeah, they did. Go figure. There you go. Bum, bum, bum. So this is going to be a tiny little pillar with a spiral staircase following it all the way up. And I'm actually going to use this to connect other walkways to this guy over here and the wall over there and other things. But this is just going to go all the way up to, I don't know, layer 10, give or take. And it's going to have a big old lookout up at the top. We'll fill it up with guard dogs and such that can spot foes from a mile away. It's a slow and delicate process that requires much cold water in the face, slapping, and tea, in my experience. Although the fastest way for me to wake up is jump into an ice cold shower. It's the only thing that wakes me up faster than coffee is just jumping into an ice cold shower, awake in minutes. does it. It does it real good. It's the, well, I'm awake now. Now get it. Also triggers a fight or flight mechanic. That'd probably give you a heart attack. I mean, it burns calories, so yeah, probably. I'm kind of proud of my ability to be able to take ice cold showers. A lot of people can't do it, but I don't know. Kind of like it. Although, I mean, Apetor can, actually, you know what? I'll just link. That's the one with 11 million views. Yeah, if you haven't seen this bloke before, watch that video. Just... You'll feel less tough about being able to take cold showers when you see that video. That man is how I want to retire. I want to retire and be him when I retire. Do you have a reptilian response to cold? You curl up and stop moving. I spin around in circles when I'm super cold and like jump around like a fucking maniac and try and warm myself up and then just shampoo and get out. Sometimes I don't even shampoo. It's just like quick, like soap and rinse, get out. It's gonna take me a little while to build, but it'll be worth it. And then once this is done, we can extend this tower. Because I kind of just have this floor here. Can build up above that. But like, I kind of need to fill these in and other stuff. So your mom threw you in a lake when you were a baby? Doesn't seem healthy. The sieges happen in this fort? We've been sieged a couple of times. It hasn't happened in about 15 years, though. But not super frequently, and that's kind of by design. Because this fort is more about protecting them from my own dwarves. I used to do the polar bear swim every year in Vancouver, which was just... You go to the ocean on New Year's Day and fucking go for a dip. It honestly isn't so bad until your bathing suit freezes to your nuts. That's when it's bad. It's when you're like, oh god! It's when you get out, the water freezes. That's when it's bad. When you're actually in the water, you're just numb and you don't feel anything. It's the pain of peeling your bathing suit off. But I never did it when, I did it when I was younger. But if I were to do it now, I'd probably do it at the nude beach. Just so that you don't need to worry about peeling your bathing suit off. Because I can totally go for a 20-minute swim in the ice, but can't do it with a bathing suit on again. Never again. Never again. Yeah, I've been told that Apetor is a national treasure in Norway. Supposedly. Yeah, you're like, oh, it's nice and warm out here. It's -12, -18 with wind chill. It's so warm out here. I'm seeing triple. I also love that Apetor videos are just like really, 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 really artsy vodka ads. Kind of. But like he's not sponsored by any of the vodka companies. Like people just mail him vodka and he puts them in his videos. Nothing like nothing like a little bit of hypothermia. Exactly. Only dwarves could go polar bear swimming. Instead, they just freeze instantly and die. Although, in reality, Apetor is very much an inspiration, and the reason he's very much a fucking inspiration to me, not because of his alcohol problem, not because of his absurdity in the way he makes his videos, but the reason he's an inspiration is because he's a fucking stomach cancer survivor. And in his words, shit's through a tube. So he's still out there living his fucking life and being happy. Like, skating around on thin ice and going ice swimming and climbing mountains, and he's a cancer survivor. He swam in the sea in October in Finland. That's about it. That's probably pretty fucking cold. That's probably about the same as the polar bear swims I used to do. Make it to 1,000 years? About that, yeah. People keep saying that like it's a bad thing or intimidating. We'll do it. Unless, like, the dwarves all decide to kill each other and end it early. My main concern is that the Steam version will be out before I finish this shit. Yeah, it's about consistent, give or take 50 days. I mean, in a world where it took Archcrystal 6 years, get to 450 years. If we can do it in 300 days, that's not bad. All things considered, that's not bad. Oh, it'll take, give or take about 50 days. Is about how 300 streams, give or take 50, is about how long it'll take us to finish this fort. Hey, Matt, you left your stream on all night. What's up, dude? I woke up this morning with your stream up on my monitor. I was like, uh-oh, someone's in trouble. I feel like everybody I know has done that once. I've done that once. Like, most channels I know have done that. 14-hour stream, fucking new record. Next time, go for 24. Like, there was one time, I know somebody who left his stream on and then went on a weekend vacation and left his stream up for like 72 hours or something. It's even better is he came back, and I remember DMing him about it. He's just like, yeah, it was a little awkward to come back to. I'm like, did you know? And he goes, nah, I had no idea because he didn't look at Twitter. And then he's just like, on the bright side, though, made $200 in tips. Not sure how, but It's kind of great. Was that Hobo? No. No. It was a friend of mine who doesn't stream anymore. I don't think Hobo's ever left his stream on. Speaking of people who probably have left their stream on, how you doing, Rari? Good to see you. Are you enjoying The World Among Us? Or as a friend of mine calls it, SS13 Babby Edition. So for those of you who don't know, it's Matt Smith in the chat is my cousin. Plays some Legend of Zelda randomizer. Factorio. Games. Give him a follow. Chad, is there a game that, like, isn't Dwarf Fortress that you're just fucking dying to play and you want it to come out already, but it doesn't have a release date and it hurts you every day? Because I want Gloomwood so bad. I need to chop down some trees. I want Gloomwood so fucking bad. You had that for Bannerlord? Yeah. Yeah, I guess I didn't really have that for Bannerlord because, like, I fucking love Mountain Blade. But I also have no problem waiting for Mountain Blade. Half-Life 3 came out. Don't be silly. It's called Alex. Please. They just misspelled 3. Baldur's Gate 3. That's coming. Tomorrow. That's coming. Good to see you, by the way. Hope you've been well. That's the goal. At least you're moving. Or Dwarf. Portal 3. It's never going to happen, Sal. I have 2 Portal tattoos, and it's never going to happen. Although, I don't want Portal 3 to happen. I like where Portal ended. Like, genuinely, I'm satisfied with that fucking ending. Like, video game endings are really, 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 really hard. Really hard. And I think it might actually, with how well Alex was received. But, like, I really like the ending of Portal 2. Like, Portal 2, if someone were to be like, Blind, what's your favorite ending for a video game ever? I'd probably say Portal 2. But, like, it doesn't, though. It doesn't. I don't want more. I don't want them to ruin it. Like, Portal 2 is the only game that I can genuinely, unironically state, I want that fucking boop boop thingy from Men in Black so I can erase my memory and have that big fucking stupid smile on my face again when the spoilers giant wall of turrets sing at me. Spoilers done. Yeah, exactly. Wanting more can be good, getting more can be 100%. 25 freaking years. Did you play Wasteland 3? Because I think it might actually be time for me to play Wasteland 2 now that 3's out. So all the people who are like, "There's spoilers, can't watch," might actually tune in. Because they've probably finished it by this point. I mean, you're entitled to disagree, but I'm totally satisfied with the ending of Portal. Half-Life, though, yeah, we need a Half-Life. One day. One day. Thanks, Silvertongue. Cheers, man. You missed all the Jupiter Health streams in recent days. Yeah, no, I just desperately, desperately, desperately want Gloomwood. Because I love Thief. Thief is such a good game. And no one's really made a proper successor to Thief. And everything about Gloomwood just looks so good. It's like, oh, it's Thief with guns. Yeah, I'm in. Just every other game that publisher's published has been good. Give me Gloomwood. I want Gloomwood. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Like, for those of you who haven't seen Gloomwood, I'm just going to show you guys the trailer, just so you guys know what I'm talking about. Or rather, I'm going to show you the inventory demo. Just for a second. Got off my music. Like this. This. Like this. This was the trailer that sold me on it.
Things in the room down the hall. They might still be there if the rats haven't gotten to it.
It gets better, Hayes. Just wait. It gets better. Yeah, I played the demo.
Something's among us.
Yep, gimme. I want it. I want all of it. The whole trailer is so freaking good, too. There's a demo, you can play it. But the whole thing just looks so fucking good. Yeah, rip the cheese, right? It's like I loved Dishonored, but Dishonored was just too fast and not thiefy enough for me. You're throwing money at monitor, but at no work? Yeah, I know the feel. I've been throwing my money at my monitor since I've seen that, and I saw a GIF on Twitter about that game like 4 years ago, and was just like, bah! It was literally just the, yo, like, run into rooms, stab a guy, pull out gun, shoot a guy, pull your thing out of your bag, pull item out of bag, and throw it at somebody else to distract them and run away, grab an item, and jump out a window. GIF that was like 10 seconds long. I've been excited since. Kind of need to play Thief. Maybe you should. Thief is good. It may also make you pee yourself a little bit. That could be a good thing. Depends on what you're into, Rari. I don't know. All right, I'm getting a little bit of laggy. I'm not sure what's causing it. Might be the Kias, a DK. Sure. A little bit of lag going on. Although the game can't decide if I've got idlers or not, which is a little strange. Yeah, and like I said, like, I remember somebody stating that, like, oh, Gloomwood just looks like, around the time they announced that game, like on the YouTube comments, it's like, Gloomwood just looks like slow Dishonored. It's like, that's kind of what Thief is, but also kind of not what Thief is, you know? Like, Dishonored isn't Thief. Dishonored is great, but it's not Thief. Thief is a very different kind of game. That no one else has really done. It's like, I guess something like Arx Fatalis is a little bit thiefy as well. But again, not Thief. I didn't actually play the newest Thief. I kind of looked at a few trailers for it, and I saw some gameplay, and a friend of mine who really liked the old Thief told me that it's pretty good if you don't think about it as a Thief game. It's like, if you just kind of play it, it's pretty good, is what I've heard about the newest Thief, but like, I don't think I could do that, you know? It's more of a linear story game with kind of like a assassin-y Thief feel to it, I guess. Also, how you doing, Omnivore? It's good to see you. Do. I don't know. I feel like the most recent Thief game probably would be fondly remembered if it wasn't called Thief. You know? Maybe, like, call it Assassin's Guild. I think that's free, right? I was trying to think of something that would be like a knockoff of Assassin's Creed, but it didn't work. How high should we go for this, chat? Sneaky Breaky Simulator? I'm pretty sure some Polish studios made that game. I mean, actually, there is a game called Thief Simulator. No, that would be more like Sneaky Takey Simulator. Sneaky Takey. But yeah, no, literally the whole original pitch for Gloomwood, Dylan Rogers just put out the pitch saying, I want to make Thief with guns. And I love a good, like, flintlock gun in a video game. Like a gun that gives you a bullet. It's like, yeah, you get one. Don't miss. I love games that do that, and not enough games do that. Because I love a good plotting shooter, you know. That's why I've been playing the Stalker games recently. And looking into Stalker Anomaly and other big mod projects for Stalker. Because, like, I enjoy those types of games. The very plotting, slow, think about what you're going to do games. In all honesty, I would probably really like Bethesda's Prey. But I just wish it wasn't Bethesda. Because I'm so vehemently against Bethesda and everything that they do. It's just like, I don't want to support that thing. I'm so torn on Prey. Yeah, I know. I'm sure I would probably like it, but I kind of have... I have 2 companies I can't support on my stream. Well, 3, actually. That I cannot support on my stream, and I don't really care what games they put out. Doesn't matter how good or bad they are, I will not support them. I will not support Bethesda? No, this just means I won't stream them. Period. Not support Bethesda, aka ZeniMax, primarily because of what they did to Doom RL. I will not support... also, Fallout 76 kind of liked. I will not support EA Games for relatively obvious reasons. Even though they hold on to Star Wars, which is one of my favorite licenses. And games-wise, I don't really care for the movies these days. And Activision and Blizzard. I will not support Activision or Blizzard, either sides of that company. I know, but Bethesda's name's still on it. Jack Nurk. Bethesda's name's still on it. It's funny because, like, for everything, there has to be a, okay, well, what would make you okay? Yeah, but that was a very long time ago, Harold. Very, very different company back then. Like, it's more ZeniMax that I have a problem with than Bethesda. More ZeniMax. Like, Bethesda proper is fucking whatever. It's ZeniMax that I have the issue. Bethesda turned into the equivalent of post-season 8 Simpsons. So I know nothing about The Simpsons, but I understand the reference. And no, it's not just because Skyrim is a buggy mess. It's a neat little tower. There's an owl floating around. So how long until somebody gets knocked off of this thing? Discuss reproductive behavior. Good to know, dwarves. Getting copies of books. 68! Wow. The number of books we have in the fort have, like, tripled. Wow, okay. Well, we got lots of books now. I think, like, the next big kind of mainstreamy games that I'm excited for that really fit into kind of the Shock-inspired games. I really want System Shock 1 Remastered to be good. I really, really do. And I really want System Shock 3 to exist. I don't know if it ever actually will, but I want it to exist real bad. You need scholars, and then you need a library designated as a library with writing materials available in the library and tables and chairs. And then they will ponder, and when they make discoveries, they will write books about the discoveries that they have made. And scribes will copy books. Who cares, Harold? Doom hasn't been a PvP shooter since Doom 3. Been a very long time since Doom's been a PvP game. I'm more annoyed that Quake Champions didn't have a campaign than Doom not having a deathmatch. I've never been big into Doom deathmatch. I was always a Quake kid. I liked Quake. Keep accidental deaths at bay? I've only had one person die falling off of these walkways. I mean, I put those bars in around the trading depot, but the reason the bars are there are to keep birds from knocking the traders off, which they did. Well, actually, it's more the traders dodging out of the way of the birds and falling off, because a bunch of dwarven livestock plummeted to their deaths. Good. Sure. I mean, Doom Deathmatch is very important. It's an incredibly important game. Hey, Sal has grown to become a dwarven child. Let's make sure that you get clothing. You're already depressed. Man, off to a good start. Hope that you get clothing that's decent. You got socks, gloves, mittens. Okay. I mean, there's plenty of bedrooms. You can go claim one. I'm more concerned about you getting clothing right now. No pants are short, apparently. We have got plenty. I can go make more if... There you go. Now you're wearing a dress. Still going to go pick up more equipment. I mean, I can just assign you to an unassigned bedroom. Also, apparently, Quatch 2 and Jack Nurick both need them. I can do pretty easily. Done. Questicle is throwing a tantrum. Keeping an eye out for combat marks. Doom Eternal had like a weird asymmetrical mode thing. Definitely toppled the Mason's Workshop. Cool. A new hood. That's not what I wanted to write. Yeah, see, I played Doom years after and never really played the deathmatch. I always played Quake. Oh, there we go. Oh, are you fighting with the key? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. The battle rages. I laugh in the face of death, says Quetzsigle. You know, maybe that's what you need. Maybe you need to join the military. Sal, do you have all your clothings yet? Delighting at after putting on a fancy item. Sad at the unexpected death of somebody? Wait, what? Who died? Nobody died. Must have been an old death. Thanks, Brian. Request the trader. Lag. Game just self-destruct? It's thinking about something. Game's still running, it's just not responding. It's not saving. Oh, there it goes. Maybe. It's probably some pathing thing somewhere. I'd be surprised. We might get an ambush. Water is what tanks your FPS? Well, good thing there's no flowing water. It's just a creek. Doesn't have any physics. Just an animation. There it goes. Yeah, no, it's, I'm fighting over what direction to go. Yeah, no, that's why I have no water physics. It's just a creek. Weather too. That shouldn't hurt your FPS. Flowing water, yeah. Weather, no. It's pathing that's killing my FPS right now. That can be your darkness, baby. It's a lot of figurines. We'll trade all of that for, sure, some trousers and skirts and leggings. Why not? They seem to be very happy with all of the mudstone crap I gave them. Excellent. Well, evil weather that causes contaminations or can cause liquid buildup. Because anything that spawns objects is bad. So, like, if it's raining blood or something, that can cause mass contaminations, which can be bad. I think it might actually be these windows down here that are causing problems. Let's just nuke those. Destroys your FPS? Is it a river or a creek, though? Like, does it have depth? Or is it like a lake? Like, what kind of water is it? Because depending on the scale of the actual water, can cause different types of lag. Also, actually, these buzzards are probably what's doing it. These buzzards. These guys. They're trying to dive bomb the elves and can't, so they're trying to path in. No, but like, what kind of water is it? Not the ice. The ice would just be ice. What is that emote? I don't understand it, Hayes. Like a potato? What is that? Because Ocean will do it, yeah. It's a lake that overflows in the rain. Lakes, is there like waves? Because then it's an ocean. Yeah, that'll fuck your frame rate. The whole game will just like seize up. Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. Sorry, it just looked real spooky with the sunglasses. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's okay. Fair enough. No waves. Well, it shouldn't be overflowing. You got some weird water physics going on there. I don't know what's happening, but it's strange. I kind of want to. Now I'm curious. Is it like evil water or something? Kind of curious now. Should we connect this little tower to this walkway right here? What do you think, chat? Yes or no? Homes when you chop down a tree. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we'll do it. And then we'll put a little walkway headed over to this way. Because I've kind of wanted to start doing more walkways in this fort for a little while, and this will allow me to do that. Yeah, a lot of this. Oh, hey, Hot Cup of Tea has grown up. Feels enjoyment after playing make-believe. Alrighty, Hot Cup of Tea. Time to figure out what you want to do with your life as a dwarf. Personally holds nature to be of greater value than most aspects of civilization. Set him on fire! He would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. I hope my neighbors didn't hear me shouting that because they might have thought I was shouting fire. He lacks any respect for family and feels those who attempt to conceal their emotions to be vain and foolish. Strongly values tranquility and quiet. Values sacrifice. Finds introspection to be a waste of time. Likes gold, Heliodor, Pamea wood, giant osprey parchment bracelets, and when possible prefers to consume goat and prickleberry wine. Well, you must be happy because we got lots of prickleberry wine. Has a very calm demeanor, is very greedy, slow to anger, and rarely feels discouraged. Does not easily hate or develop positive or negative feelings, and doesn't assume the worst of two, and tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He doesn't handle stress well. We like gold. We also like wood. I think we're gonna give you carpentry, crossbow making, and wood cutting. Let's also go into crafts and give you bone carving and wood carving and leatherworking. That is a really strange biome. But like some sort of swamp biome? Like, maybe I'm crazy here, but this is kind of a strange looking biome to me. That's quite the swamp, for sure. Yeah, you've just got like a lot of stagnant water. The mosquitoes there must be horrible. Also, rest in peace, those two dwarves, that dwarf, as well as the goblins. So it's a good biome swamp. The self-pity after being away from family. Being away from family as a current generation dwarf is like the equivalent of, oh, you're gonna die. Guaranteed. Because most of them have no family. They were born before time and created by creatures from the other realms. Like, how are you going to have the opportunity to grow up and meet family in a world where, oh yeah, no, like, this isn't even an option for you? How do you know what family is? You've never had a family. You have no family. How could you be sad about not having a family if you've never known what it is to have one? Ugh, I'm insensitive. I miss my family members that never existed. Yeah, exactly, right? Start making family. Yeah, right? You miss your family? Go make one. Family? I am your family. Technically, I don't know what Armok is, Viking Lord. He did come from somewhere, sure. But coming out of a vat tube, or Tarn Adams' wild programmer mind, doesn't mean that you need a family. Also, hi, Cooler. It's just not logged? Yeah, one day. This is why I'm excited about Myths and Magic. I want Myths and Magic. I just would like Myths and Magic real bad. What happened in the time before time is what Myths and Magic is going to get. Or give you, rather. It'll give you the creation myths, magic, and explain why things are the way they are in every world. But the interesting thing, and this is what really has me excited, is that you can kind of turn up and down the how real is the magic. So, for example, is are magical creatures real, or are they just figmentations of everybody's imagination and they just think that there's elves and dwarves everywhere, but in reality it's just a bunch of humans being paranoid about the dark? We're still a ways off from that stuff, though. After the Steam version, we're going to get part 2 of Villains, and then after Villains, part 2, I think, is The Long Wait, and then Magic. Which means there won't be any DF development for a long time, probably. Just like real life. Yeah, Colonel Corn. Just like real life. Or maybe your creation myth is there's a giant that lives in outer space, and it got into an eternal war with an iron demon tentacle monster that then gave birth to all the dwarves, and you live on his head. But yeah, no, basically it's the next big content update that's been in the plans for a while. Oh, right. Of course no one's gonna notice. Because my sheriff was the one committing the crimes. Okay, fine. Astro, you can have the job. You easily develop hatred towards things. You can have Quetzalcoatl's job. There's a new sheriff in the fort, chat. No, that's hentai. Living in a volcano. Also, we're not avoiding JRPGs. We're just avoiding the topic of whether or not JRPGs are a name. Or a legitimate genre, which they are, because people who think otherwise are just kind of dumb. Only if you have a hammer and you don't get a hammer, or you don't need a hammer unless you want your dwarves to get their heads caved in and die. Rather not. You don't need a hammer. Hammers are optional. I need more coffee. I'm out of coffee. I thought that they were more common in random RPG Maker RPGs that I see popping up on Steam 10 times a day. And those hentai puzzle games. They only bash dwarves' skulls in if you don't have enough prison cells, believe it or not. So if you have 5 prison cells, okay, and 10 dwarves get committed of crimes, 5 will get put into cells, and then the rest will serve out their sentence real fast. If they commit a really bad crime, they'll get their skull caved in and then thrown into prison. But most like basic vandalism crimes and whatnot don't necessitate a hammer in the skull. Sorry, Questicle. Sorry. But I'm sending the sheriff after you. Go beat your tush in. Sad dwarf sadder. Except for the case of this dwarf. The Great Padinsky. This dwarf was the first oppressed dwarf in this fortress. Was one of the first ones to immigrate here. Got really depressed. Started tantruming. Murdered somebody. Questicle has been found dead. The sheriff, Astro Banjos, beat his skull in. So on one hand, I feel kind of bad. On the other, I don't, because Questicle was not the most helpful. But anyway, this dwarf got thrown into prison and beaten to within an inch of his life and came out totally fine. And then did it again, like 15 years later. Killed somebody else, got thrown into prison, and then came out with no depression again. And I don't know how he does it. It's wild. So, Sal is now playing Delighted after putting on an exceptional item, which I think she just stole from the corpse of our old expedition leader. In fact, I'm mostly certain that that's true. And she's playing make-believe where he died. And screw it! Has now taken the position of leader of the Eternal Adventure of Time. Congratulations, screw it, on your new job. She doesn't feel anything anymore, really. She is somewhat focused with satisfied needs and is not distracted after being away from people. Good. Well, we do have some open tombs. So I'm assuming... There we go. Place item in tomb. Animal is doing the honors. Thanks, Wild Pig. Here's man. So Screw is the new expedition leader, which means we need to make a statue of Screw. Screw it then. If you're lurking, you're now the expedition leader. How you been, Peak? It's a giant pit. If I zoom out, it's big hole. Big hole go down to here. We're also building upwards, so there's tiny little tower over there that I'm building up, and I'm gonna build giant sky fort up above, but I need to actually get there. Hopefully that makes things make a little bit more sense, Jamero-san. If you're still confused, just let me know and I can show you things. Loving the fort. I'm glad. When are you going to stream some Dwarf Fort, Wild Pig? So is it a sky fort? Yes. Kind of. I'm having bad luck keeping expedition leaders alive. You need time off stream to learn a bit? God. Yeah, no, I understand that. Time's a problem for me to learn games off stream, and I do this for a living. I think I struck a lot of Earth, actually. A lot of Earth has been struck. That's the one thing we know for certain, is a lot of Earth has been struck in this fort. There we go. We've now got this little walkway here. And, wait, what's that? That's just iron ore, right? It's just iron. So now I'm going to start building more walkways on this level, too. I don't even know where I'm going to go with them. Maybe put, like, a walkway around the rim or something and then have more stairs going up and down. But first, let's work on the tower. Metsus, hello. How are we doing on alcohol? 2,600 alcohol. Also, Pick, if you ever need help learning DF, Salford Sal in the chat has more tutorials than you could ever reasonably watch. Okay, maybe not reasonably watch. You could watch them, but there's a lot of them. I don't really do tutorials. I will when the Steam version comes out, but tutorials ain't my forte. I'm much more of the concise news and opinions person than actually making tutorials. No reason to do something that other people already do better. Excuse me. Hi, hiccups. You can link your channel if you want, so. Yeah, generally when people ask me if I'm going to make tutorials, I just look at them and go, read the damn wiki. But, I don't believe that it's possible for Wolverines to ever actually be tame. I try, Cooler. Are you proud of me? I've been trying so hard to be polite to people. I think I've been doing very good. Although, there was that one day where I slept like trash and was just snapping at people all day. And Hobo said he got all kinds of fuzzy, warm, nostalgic feelings for when I used to be a big ol' asshole to everybody all the time on stream, and I don't understand why anybody ever actually watched me back then. I've gotten so much better. I am nice, polite streamer now. I like how this dwarf just left their trousers. Good job, Euthris. Just runs up here and leaves his pants at the top of the hill. Just as you do, you know? Anybody who works in construction would know the rite of passage of when you put the big rock really high up, you take your pants off. It's just how construction works, naturally. It's like if you're going to watch tutorials, at least watch updated tutorials that aren't just somebody like rereading the wiki to you. That's my problem with a lot of DF tutorials, is a lot of them are just, oh, it's bloke with gameplay reading the wiki out loud. It's like, just read the frickin' wiki. It's like, and that's a lot of them. A whole lot of them. And now they cancel it because the pants are in the way. Euthris, get your butt up here and collect your pants. Oh, he's going to go store it. Are you coming to collect your pants? He's coming to collect his pants. There you go. Thank you. Jesus, you stupid dwarf. Your dad was a construction worker. He would always just depants himself and just leave his pants. Just throw the pants into the trash. I mean, he came and got them. Had to wait a minute. Yeah, you have to assert you have to assert ownership over the building once you're done constructing it. By removing your pants and leaving them at the top. It's like claiming your territory. I'm just shocked no one's fallen off this thing yet, actually, to be honest with you. We're technically 20 Z levels tall. Now I need to put like a little puddle at the bottom and put a diving board. Sacrifice a pig? I genuinely don't know how I would chuck a live animal. Maybe in a cage. I could totally throw a live animal in a cage down. Outside of that, I don't know what I'd do. This would make most Necromancer Towers' eyes water. Oh yeah, I guess you could do that. That would probably work. That's probably how people do that. Yeah, that makes some sense. I can see that. Today's weird. It feels like I've been streaming longer than 6 hours. Maybe I'm just sleepy. I don't know. That sucks. Have to make a temporary thing for them to stand on. Better go to sleep. Yeah, don't stay up another, what, 2 hours like you did yesterday? Hey, Renee. Put a dump zone at the top and see things go splat. Wait, you can dump animals? It's a weird sentence to say out loud. I mean, like, you can make them available. I should sacrifice fluffy wamblers. Nobody wants them as pets, although I doubt they'd go splat. Could actually totally put a little diving board for my well. Just something you're fairly happy with? Well, hopefully it works for your intended purpose. I don't think so, because then they'd also have to get out of the water, which is like a massively common killer for dwarves. So I doubt. What Z level should I go up to with this? I'm just kind of building up. Because top of the map is 25. We're at 13 right now. Just be sure there's no dwarf on the thing. It's fine. They won't know what hit them. And I also don't know what to put up here. Maybe like some sort of temple. Let's go up one more Z level. 15 seems like a good spot to stop for this. Can always go higher. So I guess this is kind of our current mega project. What the smoke is like outside. Curious. Back in the live updates again. I mean, in reality, if we're going to sacrifice things, we need to throw them out of the fortress, right? So that there's literally no concern. Oh, yay, it's gotten worse. Our AQI is 213 now. Seattle's gotten a little better. Smoke is thick. I'm actually gonna go take a peek outside. I'm curious. Back in 2 seconds. Smoke is thick out there still, but it doesn't smell like burning asphalt anymore, which is kind of nice. I guess take the small bonuses where you can get them. Oh, that was wall. It's not what I wanted to do there. Yeah, the light's always strange. You'll get like orange light during sunrise and sunset coming from the the sun kind of reflecting through the. Hold on. Let's find this. Vancouver, August 2018. See those. If I can find pictures of that during. Yeah, this is what. This is what Vancouver looked like in 2018. We're not quite that bad. That's actually during the riot, but. Yeah, this is like what the crazy colored skies you can get look like. I don't know when this was taken, but this is Edmonton. Those are the fucking crazy wildfire skies you can get. We had a few days like that. Let's see if I can find any good pictures right now. I'm just getting pictures of the actual fires themselves, which are scary looking. Looks like that every summer. Believe it. But I don't know. I still maintain that this is the smoke that we have here right now is worse than anything I've ever had before. And it's just because it doesn't smell like forest fire smoke. It smells like burning tarmac. And that's the only way I can describe it. It's unreal. Like it smells like someone just paved a road outside. It's weird. It's not like anything I've ever experienced. This is something new. Because it's like towns burning, not just trees, right? Because like burning wood smells like burning wood, right? Well, burning tires smell like something totally different. Now, if you're burning wood, tires, tarmac, houses, concrete, and everything, it's going to be another smell all to itself. It's something weird. It's something weird. It's something else. It smells like the end of the world. That's how my dad put it the other day. I think adding those walkways helped a lot with frames. What the heck should we turn this tower into, chat? Because I have no idea right now. It's the end of the world as we know it. It's the end of the world as we know it. I feel fine. Good album. Lookout Tavern? Oh, Lookout Tavern. Maybe. You can make like a public tavern all the way the hell up there. Can make it into a prison. Where do you put the baddies? All the way up there. What do you do when they try to escape? Chop it down. See how many dodging related accidents occur? I want to avoid dodging related accidents. I'm actually shocked no one's fallen off yet. Completely honest. I have no idea. Banana Unlimited. I would hope most of the map. Carry a bunch of water up here with buckets and use it as a sluice factory. A giant spontaneous shower factory. Hot shower fountain, read lava. I don't think that's gonna help my dwarves survive for 1,000 years. I don't think. I know what we should put in this tower. Rapunzel. I'm only like 40% joking. Like, yeah, let's trap a human and put him up there. Lock the doors. Could make bad guys duel up there. Oh, that'd be great when the body part's at the bottom. Yeah. Child's just like playing make-believe down by the library and then an arm lands in front of them. Mom! I don't know. I think I'll just like slowly build this thing and just call it undecided for right now. I think what we should do is start working on more walkways down here. Because that's kind of the current thing I want to do is build more walkways down here. Kind of the problem with this fort is it's kind of just a lot of almost creative construction currently. The problem with the, oh, well, you can just make bad guys fight there is there's only one faction we're at war with, and they haven't invaded me in 20 years. So actually, like, having wars is kind of difficult. I would need goblins for that, right? We have no goblins to put up there. Because I'm at war with them, but they haven't invaded me in a very, very, very long time. Which I'm fine with. Honestly, it's more of a question of are people okay with watching a fort like that? That's actually my biggest concern. It's not that I'll get bored, because I won't get bored. It's will chat get bored. You know? That's actually my biggest concern about this whole challenge. Whoops. There's those buzzards flying around. No one's been knocked off yet. Still impressive. But that's fine. Like, I personally am very into just the mundane storytelling of Dwarf Fortress. I don't need everything to be a fantastical conquest about murder. Any distance. For Necromancer. Any distance. But there are no Necromancer towers in the world yet. So, Necromancer towers tend to spawn around year 10 or around year 50-ish. And so there might be Necromancers in the world, but they certainly haven't started writing books yet. Probably some dwarves that are trying to go become Necromancer. Murder is fun. Think about what you said really hard. It really is. So this fort is primarily about the long haul. So when you're just like, hey, can you like, you know, go, uh-oh, there you go. Somebody fell. Stone 2! Oh, Stone's gonna be fucking gutted. Fucking got attacked by a buzzard and rolled down the stairs. Stone's gonna be sad. Stone was very attached to that dwarf. You know what? I'm just gonna say this right now. I understand your memeing and joking about constantly killing stuff, but it gets really dull hearing it constantly. So keep the jokes to a minimum. I'm not gonna do it. I would like to complete this challenge, and in order to do that, we need to maintain peace. So the memeing is entertaining for a little bit, but it gets old quickly. I have another fortress where we are murdering everything. Or another world where we're murdering everything. Generally each other, but also everything else, including other dwarves. This fort is about the long haul and the mundane stories that are... The last time I demanded yearly tribute from somebody, they told me to fuck off, figuratively. And then I got invaded 6 months later. So, no. Exactly, Scrumpet. Combat's one of the least interesting parts of DF. Sure, maybe that was your experience, not my experience. I'm mostly just gutted right now that Stone got knocked off by a buzzard. That was the first child born in this fortress. What did I just say, Scrumpet? Like, please just stop just trying to give me reasons to go kill things, because I'm not going to do it in this fort. You're just going to disappoint people. Maybe something decides to attack me, then we'll deal with that problem when it arises. That's heartbreaking. Just amazed that Jelly's still alive. Has no clothes on. Just overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living. Sometimes they get good thoughts from killing things, but it's very rare. Generally, they just get stressed. Master military dwarves, yes. Most other dwarves, any kind of combat is like a life-ending stress immediately. 32. 45 hard cap. So we can have up to 15 children in the fort. How old is this fort? We started in year 5. It is now year 38. You don't need a lot of dwarves to build a big fort. I've streamed this fortress 12 times. This is the 12th day of streaming in this fort. And we've built... This isn't even that big. I could do much more if I focused on building. I've given the dwarves many years off. Like 5+ years off where they haven't really done anything. They've just kind of sat around. Oops, those are the wrong gems. Need blue jades. Much of this as I can. Also, thanks, Morden. I'm genuinely really sad that that dwarf died. That dwarf was our best chance at having a generation in this fort go through. Although we have a few still alive, like Cheers Jamie, who just popped in. Was born in this fort and is 20 years old. Was born in the year 18. Has some friends. You go find yourself a lover. Go get married. How you doing today, Jamie? Welcome back. I thought you were here earlier. Like IRL? Because that's kind of spooky. I mean, you could do a round of beers for Stone. I'm not sure if he'd appreciate being called a Zoomer, though. I don't like the lag that they cause. I find them visually busy. I find this much easier to follow. Living in a volcano. Like, genuinely, this stuff is way easier for me to keep track of. I love that these gem windows are almost the exact same color as the as the stones around them. That's kind of funny. We'll close in the corners with gem windows. So no, I don't really consider using a more graphical tile set because I don't like them. In fact, if I was just left to my own devices and wasn't streaming, I'd just play ASCII. The only reason I use this tile set is because it's kind of a nice happy medium between the two. Come on, you guys can do better than that. Although maybe people would be more interested if you stopped saying beer for the Zoomer, because I wouldn't want to besmirch a dwarf's name by calling them such a vile, disgusting thing. Although we're super lurky today. It is Sunday, though. Find enemies in graphical tile sets to be tricky to differentiate from your dwarves. You thought the goblins in your fort were in your tavern. They were just in your tavern murdering everybody. Yep. Now, I find everything harder to follow in graphical tile sets, which is, I think, going to be a very big challenge for the Steam version. Because I think that F's tile set, I think Mayday's tile set, I think a lot of those very famous, popular tile sets are much harder to follow, personally, than vanilla game. Because there's something to be said about the pure and clearness of ASCII. I like that a lot. It makes things so much easier for me personally to follow. Granted, a lot of people disagree with that and think and state that for them, much easier to follow graphical tile sets, and a lot of people have their reasons, and that's totally fine. But for me personally, it's much easier to follow ASCII. I'm sorry my eyes operate differently than yours, Cooler. I mean, at the end of the day, it's what you're used to. I mean, I can play the game with any tile set. It's just easier to play it with closer to ASCII. The game is very busy when everything is drawn. I don't know, Khalid, do you have to do that? I'm not trying to brag. I'm not trying to put down other people, but you make it sound like I am. You have to do that? It's kind of mean, man. Good. Colonel Corn. I'm the least exclusionary DF streamer you've watched. I don't know, if someone comes in here and is a bigot, I'd exclude the hell out of them. Yeah, but do you have to do that every time? I'm not offended. It's just, you do it every time. Like, I can't say anything without you making it negative. Like, can I just go a stream without you being like, look at Blind making fun of his viewers again. Look at Blind being a purist. It's like, come on, just get it. You like to make fun of me. You have to do it all the time. I mean, go ahead, keep doing it if you want it, but just know that makes me do this. What Squug said. Well, I mean, I'm a self-described brutally elitist twat, so obviously, but I ain't no purist. If I was a purist, I wouldn't be playing with a tile set. And probably wouldn't have music playing because silence or the DF soundtrack are the only pure way to actually experience Dwarf Fortress. The irony of saying, oh, look at Blind. Yeah, right. Just wait until I'm streaming Muds in a few years when I have no eyesight left. God. I think I would go insane. Corn. AI Dungeon is way too horny for me. I've tried it. I didn't know that, actually. Which mud? Out of curiosity. You know, let's just trade them a bunch of masterwork quality weapons. Although they're not even masterwork quality. And then just make iron spear 20. Iron axe. Start producing our own weapons. And also, was it half as bad as all of the games I play? Or all of the genre arguments I get into with people, Silvertongue? Well, obviously mud is when you get water and dirt. Okay, and a puddle of mud is a song by a band I like. Also a band I like. And My Name is Mud is another song by a different band that I like. Missed him. I am your liaison from the mountain home. Once again, I wish there was more dialogue here, but we shall discuss your situation. There is much to share. The goblins have been expanding their territory. Request you have of our merchants. Leather. Cloth. And more cloth. And steel anvils. We'll need to melt. And bars, probably. So, what was your what was the final tally of this debate, Silvertongue, if I can ask? We have finalized the import agreement. Discuss what we want from you. Farewell, Screw. May Questigal rest in peace. Look forward to our meeting next year. Fortunes rise and fall together. I'm wondering if they're ever going to offer me another Baron. I guess not. I guess we just kind of screwed up because our Baron's line ended. Not my fault a child murdered her. The elves still make short jokes about him. Maybe he's a little short for an elf. Yeah, a child literally clawed my Baron's leg off. Literally clawed my Baron's leg off. It was like scratch the leg, tearing the fat. Scratch the leg, scratch the leg, scratch the leg, and the part is cloven asunder. And sails off in an arc. Literally scratched her leg off. Morden, I'm looking at you. Good job, buddy. I think Child OP. That or Child was literally fucking Wolverine. One of the two. I think it was like, you know, the classic like bad animation problem of can't hit down. You know, like when you're trying to play a video game and it's like, hey, hit that small creature that's around your foot. And you're like, I only have one slash animation. What the fuck? How do hit thing? You're part honey badger? How did you make something sail off in an arc being part honey badger? Although you'd be a great comedian because you'd be really good at telling punny badgers. I fucked that. Although you'd be a terrible comedian because of all the puns back. No, also doesn't work. Trying. I'll think of something eventually. Where the high ground is a disadvantage. I mean, I know very little about Dark Souls, but actually that does make some sense now that I think about how the animations in that franchise work. I could see that, yeah. Pretty much. I mean, imagine you have a broadsword, right? You're playing Dark Souls and you have like the two like big forward heavy attacks, and then some fucker bites your ankle. Like, what are you gonna do about it? Like, how do you stab it with that sword? The reality is you drop the sword and punch it, but... That is a very strange email that Amber got over on Discord and post memes. I'll admit, that's stranger than anything I've gotten recently. We'll see you later, Wild Pig. We'll see you later. I generally just get... If you're curious about what I'm talking about, go to my Discord and go to the post memes room and look at the most recent post from Jellybutt. It's like, I think the weirdest email I get is like, hey, content creator, you would be very interested, based on the games that you play, you will probably be very interested in our new game, Hentai Porn Simulator, where you complete complicated puzzles to unlock hentai images. And then I just go, what? No, not really. And then I realize they've sent me not 1, but 10 keys to give away to fans. Because apparently that's the thing people try and advertise to Twitch streamers. Based on how many times you say fuck. Oh, shit. But is the hentai ASCII? I mean, I've seen ASCII dicks. I'm sure somebody's done that. I'm sure somebody's made that work. No, I deleted the email, Hobo. I'm pretty sure the game was like 80 cents though, so I don't think like it would be a huge investment for you to buy. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I'm like actually searching for it. I want to say it was like Hentai Battle Royale, but nope. I'm actually kind of surprised I can't find this. You know, just go to Steam and type in hentai. You get a lot of weird shit popping up. Hentai versus furries was the second one on the list. I almost want to click on it, but I'm streaming, so. Clash of waifus. Yeah, pretty much. Hobo, did you see that studio that makes the Senran Kagura games that just that is putting out a game that's literally just fucking Wave Race, but it's got hentai waifus as playable characters instead of like dudes and Wave Race stuff? It wasn't a puzzle. It wasn't like a puzzle thing. Probably stole art and reused assets. I thought that you once bought like some Killing Floor knockoff once. Thanks, Hobo. My Discord's actually like one of the easiest ones to join in the world. Just go to click add server on Discord and type in blind and you'll find me. Which means we get some really random people popping in every now and again. Buying all the silk, all of the leather. Probably plenty, to be honest. Excellent. I sold them named swords, so they're real happy. They already exist. There are genuinely really good games that it's like, oh yeah, it's a really good game. And then there's explicit sex. Those already exist. There's a few that I can think of off the top of my head. Not that I'm allowed to promote them here, but they do exist. One year you even had 2 arrive at both sides of the map. I don't know. I'm just being very cautious, especially because I don't really like. That's the sort of thing I would totally go ahead and do if I had a big ass military, like as a reoccurring gameplay mechanic. There's this one like Metroidvania game that I can't remember the name of that's on Steam, and it's got beautiful pixel art and amazing animations, and it looks like it's got really fun combat, and everything about it looks great. And then it's like, oh, and then you fuck the boss at the end of every level. All right. Sure. It looks fine aside from that it's awkwardly rapey all the time. No. Nowhere near as good as Crusader Kings 3. Oh, man. I actually saw somebody run into nudity in Crusader Kings 3 while streaming and be like, With the Goblin Settlement? Oh, that's just a matter of time. Hey, Anander. How you doing? Explorer. Is it? Hold on. Let me search for that. See if it's the one I'm thinking of. Nope. Not the one I was thinking of, actually. I like how... This is a cute-looking game, except that the second... tag is nudity. Not the one I was thinking of, actually. Yeah, no, not the one I was thinking of. I mean, yeah, of course, they're believable, normal-looking people, so of course they're unattractive and terrifying when you see them running at you with no pants on. As you should. Embarrassed at the lack of dining tables. That's one I've seen a lot, and I don't fully get it. Let's just throw these silver tables and thrones over at the side that I've been making for a while, kind of in the background. Also, Screw needs a statue placed. So the history cavern that we're building out here gets to be extended, because we have a new expedition leader now. This is beautiful, also has titty. Yeah, well. Also, the fact that people live to 50 plus in Crusader Kings is kind of impressive. Yeah, Factorio hit 1.0. That would be a little... Like Hobo said, that's why a lot of people are playing it right now. It's almost time for me to give the dwarves a break. Ah, gimme, Anander. Anander, are you back at work yet, or? Because average life expectancy for that time period was like 40. But I guess like kings and rich people had slightly better chance at living. He looks pretty cool. Common misconception number? Okay. Then what's the actual life expectancy for that era? Kids would die, but once you get past that, you live like 70? Average it out. Come on, please. Right? So if you either die at 13 or 70, then the average life expectancy is like 30. This makes math sense. Yeah, you're probably right. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. At like 2? Okay. So then that probably lowers it even more. So average life expectancy would be like 20. But yeah, you're probably correct. Hobo is literally... Hobo, This is all of the jewelry you're wearing. Jewelry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32 different pieces of jewelry, rings, amulets, crowns, bracelets. I mean, as far as I know, the average lifespan for somebody in that period was like 50 was old. Like old. So. I haven't heard too much about people living to 70. That being said, I ain't no historian, and history is not my strong suit. So if you say I'm wrong, I'll believe you. Because I know a lot about video games and music. I don't know a lot about ancient history. That's unfortunately not too common, Cybernathy. But hi. We're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years. So because of that, my population is very low, and we are being very careful. By that, I mean not really killing much. Giving the dwarves long breaks. We recently had a death, which was one of our firstborns. Makes me very sad because he got bopped by a buzzard and then fell from about here, all the way down to Bloodsplat and died. No, 1,000 years. We're trying to keep the fort alive for 1,000 years. Yeah, I would too. A question. What prompted that email? I need to know. Because it started a whole conversation about the weirdest emails I've got, which are just developers sending me legitimate PR emails for porn games. Asking me to make YouTube videos about it. And I'm like, how? I don't think that's allowed. We are in year 38 late autumn. About to enter, and my goal for today is to hit year 40. Want an email? Oh, is it a Reddit DM? I don't know. It looks like an email client to me. Although I haven't looked at the Reddit app in a long time, actually. I uninstalled Reddit for my phone. January? Maybe even before then. Been a while. Probably close to a year, actually. I had to do that on Twitch. But the reason I had to do that on Twitch was because when Twitch Prime first became a thing, they gave everybody an exclusive card back for Hearthstone. And I just got inundated with DMs asking for my card back if I've used it. Have to disable on new.reddit.com, not old.reddit.com. That sucks. Actually, don't mind new Reddit all that much. Old Reddit was better, but new Reddit's fine. Leather shoe. The human bard that's here every year. You know, you're just weirded out. Posting cosplay pictures online might actually do that. Reminds me of a YouTube channel, actually, that put out crushing videos. It was one of the first, like, big high-profile YouTube bans from, like, 2007, 8-ish. It was just a person in high heels who would crush fruits. And then a bunch of people found links to unlisted videos of them crushing live animals. Good times. It was a long time ago. I don't know if the person was ever actually, like, hot though. Yeah, no, it goes exactly as dark as you expect it to. It was like, I don't want to go into it more than that. You can read about it if you want. The pics were not. You get so many weird messages. Yeah. My email's been put in some weird places because I have a public business email. So every now and again, someone, like a while ago, somebody signed me up for a whole bunch of like kids magazine email lists. I kept getting like Dinos Deluxe emails and shit. It was very strange, but like, were kind of funny, weird. Yeah, no. Don't hurt any living things, and I don't really fucking care what you do. I like how you say... No, hold on a second. That's funny. Don't harm living creatures unless they're imaginary. Then shoot them with a shotgun, bro. Unless you're hunting, actually. Then you can harm living creatures. Only harm living creatures if you eat them later. Wait. Maybe not. I don't know. This is a rabbit hole that I think I need to get out of right now before I make rabbit stew. No one has been killed since. I don't know if I'd go that far. These are pretty cool. Yeah, eat them at least. That's the wrong button. I feel kind of bad for anybody who's just tuned into this stream and is like, this is not what I expected. Hi, welcome to my stream. It's a strange place, even for me. I'm here every day. Well, 6 days a week. Yeah, like fishing. It's okay, the fish are too dumb to notice. It's their fault, they bit my fly. Although that's probably what the early explorers said about dodos. Yeah, eat them, they're too dumb to care. You just make it weird. It's only weird if people are uncomfortable, and if people are uncomfortable, we change the subject. That's simple. If nobody's uncomfortable, then it's fine. I like to think most of the people watching are adults here, and if you're not an adult, then you better fucking well be mature enough to watch this. USA, you can just be chilling. So... let me see if I can find this. This is thing that actually happened in Vancouver. Also, this video is 144p, so I can't make it any better. It's a bear. It's on a garbage truck. It's I do not condone anything that Jellybutt just said. It's a bear on a garbage truck. Yeah, and it just lives there now. It drove into town and had to try and get it down. Shoutouts to this bloke, by the way. I like how they're just kind of poking it. Like, please come down. It's just scared. It drove into town, literally. Like, it just was on top of garbage truck, and garbage truck driver didn't notice that it was up there. And they just drove into town, and eventually, like, they kind of hit it down. And, you know, they tranquilized it and carried it away. That's Canada. So, you know, nature's wild. I don't know. I think that bear just looked terrified. He's scared shitless. He's just like, let me go, please. The floor just started moving. Ah! Black bears are kind of adorable, though. I can't hate black bears. Oh, no. I wouldn't have shown the video if the bear died. No, they tranquilized it, put it in the back of a rescue van and drove it back to whence it came. You know, bear was fine. Nobody was hurt. You've seen them run up trees? So I have this very, not early memory, I was probably around 13 or something, of the black standard poodle we owned at the time chasing a black bear up one of the fruit trees in my backyard. So there's like this bear, relatively young black bear, just like sitting in the middle of my driveway. And we're like, oh my God, look at this bear at the tree. And the dog was outside. We didn't know where the dog was. We're like, oh God, where's the dog? This bear's just in the middle of the tree. Dog just comes booking it out of the neighbor's like cow field and just sees this bear and just barks at it and just runs straight at it. And the bear just goes whoop up the tree. And the dog tried to follow him. The smaller the dog, the bigger the ego. She was a pretty big dog. Like she was a standard poodle. So she'd like come up to your hip. But she was a slender, small dog that could... Standard poodles are the IKEA furniture of dogs. Like, they look big, but you can flat pack them into anything. Like, they are large dogs that can just, like, crumple into a tiny little space. Polar bears are Super Saiyan 5 bears. Yeah, polar bears are terrifying. Black bears don't scare me at all. Black bear with 2 cubs and I don't know where mom is, that's scary. But if it's just a black bear, yeah, just shout at it and it'll walk away. They'll leave you alone. A badger in your backyard when you were living in England? Aw, badgers are cute. I like the mental image of polar bears are Super Saiyan 5 bears. If you lick the liver of a polar bear, it's enough vitamin A to overdose you. What happens if you overdose on vitamin A? Do you just like immediately turn into a Mountie because you've had so much Canadian forced into you? Or wait, no, sorry, that's vitamin A. I thought it was funny. It's gonna stay over here. No, they're marsupials. I think. I'm scared of grizzlies, polar bears, and brown bears. Black bears, eh. Oh, yeah. Don't want to become a Canadian. They have more in common with kangaroos, right? Although kangaroos are just bunny rabbits on steroids. Irritability, abdominal pain, nausea, vomiting, and profusely saying sorry. I'm sorry, that sounds awful. So just like a standard morning at my house. Projectile vomiting, pain, nausea, and profusely saying, sorry, that's just me hungover. Okay. You're too slow to type. Why? Trying to think, what else should I do? I do think we should just give the dwarves a little more time off before we really go and build this Mile High Club. This feels like some sort of museum or something, like where we should put artifacts in a temple or something. I don't know. Aquarium? I wouldn't be able to get any interesting fish. Kind of rather. No, you can't tell a joke. Jokes are illegal. Especially puns. Life sentence in the nobody gives a shit room. Of course you can tell a joke. No jokes. Fun is illegal. Yeah, right. The only fun we have is dying, okay? Thought you could import fish in cages. Maybe in aquariums. I don't know. I've never tried to import fish. I already kind of have a zoo. But wouldn't it make more sense to keep like weird birds up here than fish? Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Only fun we have here is when two kobolds show up and we kill both of them and then realize that one of the two that we killed had another kobold that they were married to that never came. So somewhere in this world, there is a very lonely single kobold who's still wondering when their other kobold friend is going to come back. Because down here, the side of the fortress, there is a small statue. A statue of Cal Jorborber. This is a masterful, nice statue of Cal Jorborber, created by Cassiopeia. It's a masterfully designed image of Cal Jorborber, the kobold, and Gurgi Kalildus, the kobold, in Nice by Cassiopeia. Cal Jorborber is embracing Gurgi Kalildus. The artwork relates to the marriage of the kobold Cal Jorborber and the kobold Gurgi Kalildus, in the early spring of year 5. Oh, you mean when one of them fell and went splat? Yeah. Long story short, we killed Gurgi Kalildus and Brojoror, but Kaljaror is nowhere to be found or seen. So somewhere in the world, there is a sad, lonely kobold. I genuinely feel kind of bad. Last time I checked Legends, they're still alive too. When they aren't even tantruming, you've got some problems, my friend. Thanks, Jamie. Oh, you're singing. Dancing. I don't think there's any books of necromancy yet, but there are definitely 2 3 rather, slabs written by demonic powers from the underworld, which are imbued with the secrets of life and death. I don't think there's any books, though. The world's too young still. Although I'm pretty certain that we have the biggest public library in the world currently. Because we have 141 books, including copies. Granted, a lot of those are copies, but we wrote all of them ourselves. We haven't bought a single book. So... currently, they're all discussing police. Okay, fair enough. We have the biggest collection of books. How's that? Although our tavern is public. I mean, yeah, of course they exist. Everything that's in Legends exists in the world somewhere. You just need to find it. Good luck. Like, you can find vaults and all that fun shit. You just have to find it in adventure mode. A lot of information that's hidden from the player in Fortress mode. That's part of what makes the world so cool. Just like, this whole area is swarming with kobolds on the map. This whole area down here. He definitely left his stream on for like 14-something hours. And we're all the way up here. So all of those little thieves, they come from... Actually, I'm curious. Does anybody else have any own artifacts? It's like there's the Goblin Towers, or the Goblin Forts over here, and pits. Interesting. I'm at war with most of these, but no contact with them. That's interesting. Also, that's dark human pits. Okay, so those are probably taken over by the humans. But yeah, no, there are vaults and fun stuff in this world. No matter where they are. These ones don't know where the heck we are. And in news, dwarves invading. Goblins down here. It was just a black screen. Yep, no, yeah, still on when I woke up. Yeah, no, everything that's in Legends is a thing that exists somewhere in the world. You can get some pretty crazy through lines if you go digging into that stuff. Man, you're actually coming back. Squug was harrowed by the nightmare that is his tragic life, but he seems to be coming back. Hang in there, Squug. What's Sal doing? Embarrassed remembering wearing tattered clothing. So you wore tattered clothing once, and now you're embarrassed remembering the fact that you wore tattered clothing once. Cool. Excellent. I mean, we fixed the problem. I'm actually just pleasantly amazed by how many books are in my library. Pleasantly amazed. Also, somebody I know has been streaming for 21 hours. Holy fuck, Tom. Yeah, it's time for us to just kind of let a lot of these jobs run down. I need these dwarves to just kind of take breaks for a little bit. Like, let's suspend those and just let my block makers go off and do other things. Because these dwarves need a break. Also, I've been streaming for 7 hours. It's funny. I checked the clock a little while ago, and I'd been streaming for 5 hours. I'm like, man, it felt like I'd been streaming way longer, but last, like, 3 hours just flew by. So, Cybernethi, I'm curious. Do you watch Dwarf Fortress on Twitch a lot, or are you more of a YouTube person? Because I'm always, like, fascinated by how people end up watching this channel. Because this channel is, like, probably one of the nichest streams. Now, a long dwarf is when, like, a dwarf gets someone holding onto their legs and someone holding onto their head, and they pull. And then they split in the middle, and then they stretch. That's a long dwarf. I've seen happen. And it's disturbing. What, as in, like, I've been streaming for a long time? Yeah, I do see. One long dwarf. I'm just amazed I actually have a voice right now, I'm not gonna lie. Genuinely a little bit amazed that I actually have a voice right now. I kinda wish dwarves could fly kites. Make like cloth kites and fly them. There's already wind. It'd be really cool if they could make kites and fly them. Oh yeah, and then we could weaponize kites, of course. Put like glass blades on the kites. Flown away by the kite. Paths on top of the kite. Kite takes off. They get stuck on kite. Kobolds would use kites to get over walls. Oh my god, imagine if they had hand gliders. I don't want this now. Although I'm still just dreading the day that the baddies figure out how to dig. That's my true greatest fear. Is the day that the baddies learn to dig. Because that's going to be genuinely terrible. Trying to think who else would be small enough to get over walls using kites. You know what's something that I really wish? I really wish that animal people society was more developed in DF. Like I love the animal creatures that are in Dwarf Fortress, but goblins might be small enough, yeah. Although in the case of goblins, they'd just use like ogres or something to pick them up and throw them. Instead, you know, just fucking throw me, daddy. Splat. I just scream, Geronimo! But yeah, no, I wish that animal people society was more developed. It really kind of sucks when you're like, oh, look! I don't know, reptile people. And then the dwarves just run in and beat them all to death. It's like, oh. I had a performance troupe. Actually, you know what we should do? I'm going to open the library up to all visitors. We have 154 books here. We should open this up to visitors. Just to see if anybody shows up to read, because we do have one of the, probably the biggest library in the world. But it was a cougar person? Yeah, I once had a musical troupe of 2 elves, 1 dwarf, and 6 plump helmet men. And I invited them all to join, and all of the plump helmet men died within a couple of days because they got trampled. Like, literally, they're so fucking brittle. It was literally like dwarf brushes. Like, the combat logs were like, so-and-so nudges the plump helmet man, and the part collapsed. And stuff like that. It's like, no! No! You poor fools! Made me so sad. 1 or 2 of them lived, though. No, there is no mudstone left. We've finished with the mudstone. It is awesome. No, totally. It's absolutely awesome, but it's kind of sad. I did a charity stream on my birthday back in June, and we raised like $2,000 for JDRF, and it was fucking cool. But during my charity stream, I started a new world, and the whole goal was just make artifacts and give them away. That was it. We were just making artifacts. And our outpost liaison was a necromancer experiment, which was this feathered humanoid. It was basically just like a human with a human head, a feathered body, and wings. So it was literally just like an angel, basically. Like a weird, twisted angel. I kind of want to go back to that world one day. Maybe next year for my birthday. I still have the save. Demand mudstone crafts. I need to bump the population up to actually get a mayor. Spring's arrived. Let me take a quick toilet break. I need to pee. I'm not sure what the next project is. Currently, I kind of have this tower that I've built. I've thrown around the ideas of building like a labyrinth. But currently, the project is work our way through all of the nice stones. So I'll probably like... Where are you, Wolverine? Probably died in a cage. I'm probably going to build up like 2 or 3 roof layers for this thing and make this into whatever it's going to be, which I'm not sure yet. And then probably put a couple more layers on the walls, because like I know I need to push the trees back on this side a little bit. And then actually go around this second layer along here and double these up, maybe triple them up, build proper battlements and towers in the walls. Continue making walkways like this one. We've got lots of things that we can do. Did I bury them or brew them into alcohol? You know, now that you mention it, I don't know what we did with them. Can you even brew plump helmet men by default when they die? I thought that they're just considered a corpse. You can't brew a corpse. Like, you need to change your RAs to do that. You know, we actually have... I think that we are actually out. Of crafts. How's your tomb / slab? It's still as it was when we left it. We haven't touched it or anything. Did you want me to jump down to that layer and show you? I can if you like. But your books are stuff of legend. Your books are some of the first books ever written. At least you only have one piece of you in your coffin instead of some people who have like 3. And there's your tomb. Right there. As well as all of the different bits and pieces of you. Well, the blood, rather. What happened? He got his face kicked in by a tantruming Great Padinsky, who he then put into prison. Yeah. He got murdered by Great Padinsky. Lots of murder in this fort. Although, actually, no, this is not that many dead. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36 dead. Minus 2, because 2 of those are empties. Okay, so, yeah, only 34 dead. Considering that's like 1 a year, we're doing fine. What are you talking about? Uh, 32 is the population cap. Next time someone asks me what the pop cap is, I should say Bejeweled. Or Plants vs. Zombies. Because that's what I think of when people ask me what the pop cap is big money. Games me grandma played, but I also play Bejeweled, so I'm guilty. But yeah, population cap is 32. But we can have up to 45 with children. Hey, Impale, how you doing? Really get rid of this stockpile. I'm a horrible person. I mean, this fort's taken way less lives than most of my forts do. This one just feels more personal because we actually get to know them. Is part of the fun, in my opinion. You hope you die of old age. I hope I do in real life as well as in video game. I mean, how is Cheers Jamie doing? I mean, you're legendary. You're a legendary observer, a talented dodger. You're a little rusty. You're dabbling in a lot of things. You play some instruments. You're dabbling in a lot of instruments. You're a novice speaker and reader. You killed 2 Kios and a buzzard, so you're quite literally a hero. You're uneasy after seeing Morden's dead body. Weird. 21 years old. You have a few close friends, including Pispan, and you have a few kindred spirits. That is indeed the kill count cooler. That is a terrifying emote. One of the most threatening emotes I've ever seen, actually. It's like, we're funny until we steal your anvil. You never feel hatred towards anyone or anything. Cheers, Jamie. And she becomes completely helpless in stressful situations. Often feels filled with joy. And always acts with compassion at the forefront of her considerations. Is bashful and very easily falls in love and develops positive feelings. What do you want to do with your life, though? What can we give you? Exasperated, caught in the rain. You had clothes rot off your body. Want to practice a craft. Well, let's give you weaving, because stone crafting's kind of donezo. I mean, I went from 90-something dwarves down to 0, basically, yesterday in about 2 minutes. Got a bunch of animals that we gotta eat, mostly pigs. Go trade all of this stuff. Where you're gonna go put that? I would believe that an owl wouldn't have much in the way of, like, substance. Like, I feel like it would have almost no substance to it. I mean, you have to offer up gifts to the parrot god, that's for sure. Obviously. All fluff. I love owls. I actually saw just a smaller owl. Not sure what kind of owl, to be honest. Relatively recently. Stuck a picture of it up on Discord. Thing was adorable. Also, I haven't said this enough today. Thank you so much to everybody who watches this stream. Even if you just stop by and hang out once in a while, once in a blue moon, or if you're here all the time. If you subscribe, if you don't subscribe, you're just watching for the first time. Just thanks for tuning into this weird stream that I do. I still don't quite know what it is, and I've been doing this for 7 years. So, thanks for being part of whatever the heck this thing is. Cheers. Are blue moons made of blue cheese? I mean, that would make them consistently tastier. Than any other kind of cheese. Here's that. See one dwarf socializing. Padinsky. Mostly just dwarves, like, storing stuff in places. I'm not surprised that we don't have more visitors, though. Really, Jelly? 21 months is a long goddamn time. He subbed. And you've been around for what feels like forever. On and off, but still. I'm not sure what you were trying to say. Do a beer emoji if you're stupid and your name is Crypt. I don't get it. Oh, were you trying to make the... Oh, I see what you're trying to do. Here's the thing. It has to be the first line in the sentence. It doesn't work if it's mid-sentence. My bot's not that smart. Bot's pretty smart, but bot's not that smart. Is an emote only stupid people? Here if you were a sheep. My bot should just bah. An iguana has been introduced to lead? Did you shoot an iguana? Did they shake hands? I realize that they're an invasive species, but I feel kind of bad for iguanas because I like iguanas. Or did you lead it away? He definitely led it astray. How's Squug doing? 102 years old. You're 39, mid-spring. What's the most exotic creature you get in your backyard, Mr. Florida Man? Sorry if it's morbid. It's fine. Because, like, there are people from, like, Florida who are just like, holy shit, you have bears that just fucking walk into town? Because, yeah, that happens here. But, like, I'm fascinated and amazed by the concept of, oh, you have just, like, wild lizards out in the wild. Yes. Alive, dead, male, and female. You want to know how big a moose is? You hit a moose with your car, the moose wins. Doesn't matter how fast you're going. The moose wins. You die. Moose walks away. That's how big moose are. Like, moose are big. And now they roost out in a tiki hut? Aw. That is, like, kind of scary, but also kind of aw. Hedgehogs? Did they run really fast and eat chili dogs? You know what? I think everybody should get a iron weapon rack in their bedroom. Let's do that. And an iron armor stand in their bedroom. Because that's kind of amazing. Oh. Even if they're like probably not supposed to live there. Checking the fire reports. I wonder if it's hit Florida yet. Probably not. Nah, it's not really blowing that direction. I'd show this map, but it kind of doxes my exact address point. Oh, great. The smoke here got like 5 times worse. Sweet! So a couple blocks from my house, there's a sensor. Well. Okay, downtown Vancouver, there's a sensor. We're at 196 AQI, air quality index. But, I don't know. 15-minute drive in the other direction. 410. Sweet. We're still not as bad as, like... Those are invasive as fuck, so they gotta go. Fair enough. Iguanas are kind of douchebags, too. As cute as they are, they're kind of douchebags. I mean, cats are pretty invasive, but people love them. They murder all kinds of local wildlife everywhere, because they're a protected predator. Probably the same kind of way that bunny rabbits are invasive, Jamie. I'd assume anyway. Let's make the cats and iguanas fight. They probably do, to be honest. Oh, really? I once knew somebody who got locked out of her house by a territorial iguana. I didn't know that. About the infrastructure damage bit. I mean, I believe it. Because I remember what they... Really? Oh, never mind. We're out of thread. I was like, what? I just made so much cloth. The hell? Although my favorite invasive species in Florida is the African snails. We've talked about them on here before, but they look like something out of fucking DF. Like, just... This is one of my favorite pictures on the internet. Look at that thick fucking snail right there. Like, holy sh... I can't get over how big that goddamn snail is, man. Like, human for scale. That's either puny human or really big snail. Lionfish? What's a lionfish? It is sort of adorable. Like, I want to pet one. Dude, those are pretty. Hey, hobo. That's, you know. They're pretty fish. I kind of want one of those giant snails as a pet. Like, there's a video on YouTube of one of those things downing a whole cucumber in, like, 10 minutes. Just, like, nomming on it. Like, I don't know. I kind of want a giant African snail as a pet. Although, I'll bet you I'd have to keep my apartment way hotter and more humid for it to be happy than I would want. Yep. Would they just tag team twat, is what you're saying? I like how the iguana's like into it. He's like totally cool with this. That's a good gif. I like it cool. Oh, that sucks. If you get stung, but they're delicious. So then how do you safely cook one? Yeah, I think the biggest challenge about this fort is just kind of surviving the day-to-day mundane. That's going to be kind of the toughest part about this fort. Is like between big projects. Big projects aren't hard to come up with. It's surviving in the day-to-day outside of that. They're super tender? Yeah, I've never even heard of this. Maybe one day in a post-pandemic world, I'll go to Florida. And I can eat some of this invasive fish. Probably carb-free. Well, depending on what sauces are used. Love just watching the dwarven industry go ham. I can't decide what I like watching more. Just dwarven industry working? Or, dwarves just socializing and partying. A lot of blocks. Although I need bars. 718. Need more charcoal. Yeah, 2023. Also, Colonel Corn, don't be that person. Don't be that person. For some people, it's real easy to just say lol at that. Because to give you an idea, I haven't seen somebody, like a human being, in person, outside of my parents, since July 11th. I won't live till 2025. I have to wait that. I'll go insane. Just curl up on the floor eventually. Sure, but don't be that person. If you hate it, say fuck it with the rest of us. Don't be that person. When I have a moment of hope in my life, don't just dash it by saying, lol, not gonna happen. Because I've banned people for that. Because I can live until 2023. I can last that long. It's humor that I don't find funny. Because to you, it might be humor. To me, it's just real. You know? Like, there's this constant discussion we've had many times in this stream between whether or not dark humor is acceptable. Acceptable for some people. For other people, it's not even remotely acceptable. Maybe that's how you get through stuff, not how I get through. I ain't your fucking senpai. You need to find a better senpai. I don't hate you. I just don't be that person. We've gotten rid of worse diseases with less technology. We'll get rid of this one. That's just kind of a fact. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like I said, everybody deals with things differently. I've never liked dark humor in any subject. Like, I had somebody in YouTube comments a couple weeks ago when we had this discussion basically give me this lecture about how it helped them get through their friend who got a serious injury. And, you know, to an extent, I would agree. Sure, that might help you. Dark humor makes me suicidal. I'll just be honest with you. It sucks. I hate it. And some people are not susceptible to that stuff. Some people can hear a dark joke and be totally fine. It makes me lose hope, not the opposite. So, for somebody, dark humor is maybe an excellent way to get through a shitty situation. I'm not a let's all be positive about everything person. I think that darkness is healthy. But sometimes it's just too real. Anti-vaxxers allowing those diseases to come back. It's fine, I'm vaccinated. They'll just kill themselves. So. But yeah, no, it's kind of the reality that I get to live in. Just making Rona's stock price go up. They were in the process of dying or just helping. It's okay, 600-mile distance. Yeah, it's not transferred via microphone, thank Christ. Unlike that one soccer mom. Anybody remember that one lady who had a fucking conniption fit on the internet back when COVID-19 first started blowing up in the world and everybody started going into lockdown, that her child was going to get sick through the internet? Glad that's not my parent. Anyway, sorry if that got too real, but that's how my head works. Everybody operates differently. That we know of. I mean, viruses can be transferred by computers, but computer viruses can't affect people yet. The technology is not there. We'll get there eventually, I'm sure. Yeah, it's all that 5G radiation, right? I roll. God, I forgot we had that command. Hold on. I wonder if I can find that picture. Ironically, I'm just getting a bunch of pictures of vehicles and screenshots of Pandemic Simulator, or whatever the heck that game is. Can't find it now. Plague Inc. Yeah, that's the game. I'm seeing screenshots. I can never remember the name of Plague Inc. I built a really pointy tower, Lantra. It goes all the way up to here. That's my tower. I built a tower. I still need to put a roof on it, but I built a tower. That's what we've done today. But you know, I've heard good things about Plague Inc. I've never played it myself. Never owned it. Never looked particularly appealing. Currently giving the dwarves some iron furniture. Kind of upgrading things a little bit. I'm sure they appreciate the gesture and the new furniture. Like, some of our original dwarves are some of the first ones to get new stuff, including DeBerry's, one of our final remaining engravers who just doesn't feel anything anymore. Hold on a second. Where the hell? Only a couple hours in the first version. Yeah, I think I probably would have been about the same. Like if I played the Flash version, I probably would have played it quite a bit. Amy, I need you to pick up a new gig. Do some wood burning for me. I feel like it's a good mobile game to pass the time. Yeah, I don't know. I never played it. I think it was the theme. The theme never really appealed to me. I'm amazed that Jellybutt isn't dead yet. She's been in prison for a while. But I guess we just keep bringing her food and water because she's in prison. We're just keeping her alive. Kind of dark, actually. Guess I could just lock the door and let her starve, but... Kinda don't want to do that. You've been in the dungeon for a while. You're haggard at the stresses of your tragic life. I feel that, though. All the damn time. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what to do next. I guess we should probably build some sort of defensive area. Like, I have this ledge up here. Like, in case of emergency, open this door. You know, like, okay. I could start making iron spikes. And iron, weapon trap, basically. Or iron spikes, placing them on the ground, and I could put them under a lever. And then just like pull the lever a whole bunch when bad guys walk down a really long tunnel. And then they just get impaled a whole bunch by spikes if they do attack. In the odd chance, sort of like what Krugsy did in Honeystoker. Not to be confused with Honeystroker, very different fortress. Is your dwarf still around? I think so. Yep. You are 85 years old, currently euphoric due to inebriation. You were annoyed after being caught in the rain, a little bit worried after a lack of decent meals. What do you want to eat? You want to eat one humped camel cheese and whipped wine. Well, I can make whipped wine. Don't have any camel cheese, though. Raw camel cheese. You don't even want it cooked? Weird. Yeah, your dwarf's still out and about. Still chilling. Still hanging out. Still doing your best to dwarf. Like 100 lavish meals. You like,
Cheese for everyone!
camel cheese. Specific. Didn't the game say one humped camel cheese? I'm just reading what the game says. But I'm not entirely. She prefers to consume one humped camel cheese. I'm just reading what the game says. It says one humped camel cheese. How you doing, audio? How's your day been? Hey, hi, hello. We're getting covered in smoke. It smells like burning tires in my apartment, and I have a headache. I'm actually amazed that I've streamed as long as I have the past few days, because it's just like sore throat, headache, watery eyes. It smells like burning tires in my apartment. But I've still managed to stream like 30 hours the past 2 days. So, you know, I'm doing alright, I think. I'll be completely honest. I don't know the difference between the two, Colonel. Be honest. But the printer painted the cover plate. Oh, the painter painted the cover plates. And you can't get them off the wall. Oh no! That sucks. Oh, that sucks. So you've had like a crappy 72 hours, basically. What are they doing? Socializing? Anybody doing any teaching? Kind of looks like they're going to maybe put on a demonstration. Maybe a planting demonstration, perhaps? An eye. Also, how many books do we have in the library now? 187. Yeah, that's a lot of books. See if there's any books I can bind. Actually, what valuable metals do I have? You know, if I bind all of my books in lead book bindings, they can't run away with them very fast. So if I see a person moving very slowly, I assume they have one of my books. What do you think, chat? Good defense mechanism? Dumb idea? Also, hey, G Panta, by the way. Saw you pop in, but didn't say hi. NVIDIA to acquire ARM. Oh, Jesus. Great, so now I can get existential dread about NVIDIA as well. Cool. But yeah, no, that's NVIDIA throwing money around. All right, let's make lead book bindings. Give me just 10. And make rock book binding 30. Find a bunch of books. Yeah, I don't know. It is big, but that's scary. That's all I can really say. That is genuinely scary. The hell are those? Oh, they're rabbits. Of course, they're being startled by the dwarf. It might be too late. Corsair stock or Nvidia stock may have already spiked. Although that was only 20 minutes ago, so be fucking snappy, sir. I like this comment, though. Fuck, what happens when they acquire another arm and a pair of legs? Coming beneath it. And a torso and a head. Oh god, a Power Ranger! But yeah, no, that's scary. Genuinely scary. Kind of wishing we'd get more guests. Although there's a whole bunch of gray langurs, apparently. We got monkeys everywhere. The rabbits got scared away. Now there's just monkeys outside. Oh, they're in the fort. Well, go military. Let's go punch some monkeys for me, please. Look at all these monkeys. Holy crap. Where'd they come from? Oh, military's on it. They're grabbing books, those thieving twits. How dare run off with a copy of History of Beliefs, written by the great Padinsky. It concerns, of course, the natural belief, and the writing has a very serious tone. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. They are making Voltron, is what I'm saying. Wait! Go get fucking Donkey Kong over here. He's running away with my book. It's actually might maybe make it out. Oh, never mind. It got caught in the trap. So now we have to get that book out of the cage trap. I have to get the book out of the cage trap. God damn it. There's another one. This one's carrying Start Your Day with the Mountain Halls. What about the last one? This one's also carrying a copy of History of Beliefs. The monkeys are trying to steal our knowledge. Rise of the Planet of the Grey Langurs. All right, there we go. So true story, there was one time I started a brand new fort, and I had a bunch of Grey Langurs show up and immediately steal my anvil. Like, the fort was maybe a couple days old. And then a bunch of Grey Langurs showed up, and my anvil was gone. And that's how the story goes. Get rid of the monkeys. I do hope that my dwarves are able to get those books back. Just the smear right here. Just a smear. At the end is Start Your Days with the Mountain Halls. Written on the item is an essay entitled Start Your Day with the Mountain Halls, authored by Animal. It concerns the settling of the dwarf Animal in Longdeath in the midsummer of year 6. The prose is not awful, but not very good either. Hey, userin. Hope you've been well. Can I dwarf you? I'd love to, but I have no open dwarfs. They're all named. They are all named. Yeah, we only get new dwarves when babies happen. It's gonna be a while. The Guild of Vines. Authored by Vin. I wish that these wood burners were more effective at their jobs. They're very ineffective at their jobs, frankly. Better get rid of them early. So wait, then what if monkeys turn into humans, what about the humans that are already there? Or are they just gonna become more heavily evolved humans? Because there are already humans on the map. They're just far away. Whoa!
Off to make dinner. Have a good rest of stream.
Hi, Phineas. Nice to see you too. Wow. That's a lot of money. Yeah, you are correct, Colonel Cone. That's $50. Well, it's gonna be a long stream tonight, I think. I have a meeting at midnight, so... And a friend who wants to play games at like 9:30, so it's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a long one. Fuck. How long did you have that one in the chamber? I wish I had like, I don't know. Thanks, man. I wish I had like a fucking cool thing I could do when I get big tips like that, but I don't really. I don't have like a board I can like write your name on or anything. Like all I can really do is say thank you. Man. One hell of a way to end off the leaderboard. Thank you. Feel bad, I don't even have like a dwarf I can give you. I don't know. Sorry, I'm just kind of at a loss here. That always shuts my brain off for a minute when that happens. Someone tantrum? No, that was just fighting him with the monkeys. It was all good. Actually, I think I've spent more than that on Dwarf Fortress, because I give them $4 a month. So I've probably spent more than that on DF. But Steam copies, 2.5? It's supposed to be $20, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be $19.99. It's probably like 23 CAD. Yeah, probably like 2.5 copies. It could buy me. It's more like a grocery shopping session and a half is how I read that. It's like food for a week and a bit. Toady makes money, but it'll give Toady a big savings account. It'll also give Zach a big savings account, right? And help the good people over at Kitfox as well. So that Victoria can have a raise. It's like a running joke that Victoria needs a raise, because Victoria needs a fucking raise. And they should just hire Krug Smash to make them a trailer. And they should get Krug Smash to animate an intro for them. Hey, Krug, did you guys know that he animates those intros in MS Paint? 1 frame at a time? Because I learned that the other day. He does them in MS Paint. I thought he was using one of those, like, pixel art programs that makes that a lot easier. No, he does it in MS Paint. Single frame at a time. But there's just monkey blood everywhere now. That sucks. Okay, so I think I'm going to move the prison over here. Because I'm kind of tired with the prison being like this gross, kind of undergroundy area. So we're going to move the prison up here. Luckily, I only need 3 cells, so I can make 4 cells and make them that much happier. Ideally. Gonna have some lavish monkey meals. Now, I'm pretty sure they're all mangled. They don't butcher mangled corpses. Although we might have some monkey spleen. I don't know. Possible. Also, this is just a small note, but Dr. Phineas used my favorite cheer emote. That's my favorite one. Why, it's my Discord profile picture. Wonder how this dwarf feels about your new bedroom situation. Ithris was disgusting after retching on miasma. Where's their miasma? Doesn't feel anything seeing a Grey Langer's dead body. Wants to practice some martial art. Well, you can join the bear fighter. How's Pablo doing? Been under stress for a while, but I don't know. I feel like there's some dwarves that are just gonna kind of always be a downward flashing red arrow. No matter how good or bad their life is, they're just always gonna kind of be a down flashing red arrow. As they say, some people aren't savable. Also need to do something with the upper floor of this room. Actually, know what I should do? I should make the upper floor of this room extended food storage. That's what we should do. I could build a little walkway from this building over to that building. Then I need to put a roof on this building as well. But we can do that. And dig a little walkway from here to over there. Build a little covering on it. Oh no, there's now 2 mudstone in the map. A whole 2. A masterpiece tallow roast. Dog tallow roast, to be specific. Sounds like a great deal. A grand meal worthy of legends. I just love that the monkeys came in and tried to steal books. That's just way too funny. One of them went and got caught in a cage trap with the book. So. But I don't know, guys. Just thanks for all the funding this month. Been really nice. We had some slow months throughout summer. August and July were actually pretty tough months for me personally. Partially because of the heat, but also because it's just summer is slow season for streamers. It always has been for me and probably always will be. I know some people with a much younger audience, summer's more active, but a lot of people who watch my stream are in college or on summer vacation or taking family trips and whatnot during the summer. So summer's always slow season for me. So nice that I'm still here. You know, a year ago around October, I was worried I wouldn't be here in like 3 months, but I'm still here somehow against many odds. So thank you for continuing to watch and support this weird stream. Because it's still baffling to me that I'm still here. No matter how successful this stream is, it's still a little baffling that I'm still here to me. Let's just sell off all of the cruddy clothing. Take a little while to get through a lot of it, but also those monkeys are miasmaing. It's time to go squish them. So I'm gonna go pull that lever. Holy crap. Oh, but are you watching Tom? Is he okay? If you are. That's holy crap. I'm going for 22 hours. It's a rare day to see Tom stream for more than 4. Yeah, he did that once before. He went for like 20 hours and then gave up. My name is Mistum. I am your liaison from the Mountain Home. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? Okay, so then he's just fine. Good to know. So somebody wanted 2-humped camel cheese. Or 1-humped camel cheese. I don't even have access to. I wanted to see if I could like import it, but I can't. Also, can I import fish? I'm assuming those can be considered pets? I don't think so. Well, I hope he's okay. I guess that's all. I'm gonna order thread rather than cloth and then just make cloth myself. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craft store ship. We have finalized the export agreement. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. I'm gonna dip down here for a second. A craft store shop in here. Now, you might be thinking, streamer, you have so many craft store shops everywhere else. Why would you put one in there? I want to make a bookbinding stall specifically for bookbinding. And it's going to be for sheet. This is going to be, I'm assuming that those in here? Maybe not. That would be under his furniture. Does anybody happen to know what area of this screen bookbindings hide in? This is the sort of stuff I'm curious to see for the Steam version. It's like, oh, are they going to sort out the issue of this thing? I mean, sandbags go in here for some reason. Cloth, leather, finish. I would think it would be finished goods. I mean, it's not much of a custom one because it's just. In order to make these, we need thread. So let's go to and stop auto looming all thread. Press the trader. Also pop down to my crafting area. Although I feel like Tom with the treat stream thingy set up would just have a small buffet ordered to his house pretty quick, so I guess he'd be fine. I know, I get worried when I see people I know streaming that long. I remember this one time I saw someone I used to know who used to stream, who doesn't stream anymore, and they'd been live for 41 hours. I was just like, have you been streaming this whole time? They're like, yeah. Like, have you had any breaks? No. Are you okay? Yeah. And to this day, like, I do not understand how that person was okay. It's like, I've done some pretty long streams in my day, but like, that's something else. That is something else. Like, I kind of pride myself on how long I stream when it's like kind of, you know, daily 9 to 10 hour streams, but then I see stuff like that and it blows my freaking mind. Here comes the trader. Let's get us a bunch of threads. While I sit here and look for thread, because I want to bind some books. I got plenty of book bindings. I just need a bunch of thread. This thread is used for binding books in DF. Because I've been making all these leather book bindings. Or did I not actually click trade? Didn't click trade. Smart. It's weird not having as many things to trade in the fort. So how are we all doing out there, chat room? We're a little bit on the lurky side. Should we look into switching games pretty soon? What do we think? So I swear to God, if they don't send me like a new Mountain Home request soon, I'll be upset. Pretty sure I do have a bookbinder. I don't know. Something that makes chat less lurky. Not too picky, to be honest. I mean, we both know that would do one thing, and that would be turn the entire chat into cups. I don't think cups are capable of speaking. Also, I'm playing through enough games right now. So here's the real question. Somebody look up and get a name in the fort. Baby was just born. Who wants to be in the fort? These have only come up like maybe 3 times today. I mean, in a world where it's been almost 20 minutes since anybody that's not Hobo has said something. The only reason Hobo said something was because I directly asked him to say something. I mean, I'd like somebody who hasn't been in the fort yet, Barons. Like, there's lots of people who haven't been in the fort yet. I keep rebirthing people. There you go. That's someone who hasn't been in yet. Too late. Audio got it. Sorry. Will it be? She's a daughter of Axon. That's her sleeve. And Lump. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Playing games. That's fair. I can only talk to myself for so long before I get a little loopy is the problem, though, Brian. She has a very round chin, and her cobalt eyes are incredibly close set. Her eyebrows are very high, and her incredibly straight hair is medium length. Her hair is neatly combed, and her nose bridge is concave. Her somewhat broad head is somewhat short. Her somewhat short ears have small lobes, and her ecru skin is... and her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe. There we go. She personally values peace over war, and values independence, and dreams of raising a family. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, has a calm demeanor, and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She can handle stress, and she is assertive, and she occasionally overindulges. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She likes to brawl, and she shouts when she's surprised. She scratches her ear when she's thinking, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. I mean, I'm not mad at you guys for lurking, to be clear. It's just, I'm kind of thinking about switching to Stalker, because I can just kind of play Stalker and not have to talk as much. Well, not have to worry about chat as much. I'm better at... Games like Dwarf Fortress kind of need a lot of interaction for me to keep going for long periods, if that makes sense. And so many of these kids are dead. Peter, Packers. Wave Thrash is still up and about, though. Jack Norrick III is still up and about. Jamie's still up and about. Scrumpet's still up and about. Literally jumped in. Fair enough, Philippi. Although I don't think DF existed in 2001, so that would have, like, requires some weird time loop shenanigans. Anybody binding me books yet? Lump, I'm gonna give you a new job. Got plenty of them. Book binding. Why are you just standing there? Oh, because DeBerries is binding the books. Histories of Beliefs. Copy. What are you binding it with? A nice book binding. Well, that's good. Trying to set up a date with someone and talking to a photographer. That's a lot of juggling. Like, I have a hard time playing video games, talking, breathing, and reading chat at the same time, let alone, like, typing in a chat, talking to a photographer, setting up a date. I think I can get all this furniture spread out now. The dwarves deserve all this iron furniture we've been making. Like how that one, those ones don't even have beds in them yet, because I don't need that many beds. It's funny, when Sal got a dwarf in this fort and she's immediately like, and I want a bedroom. I'm like, okay. Just immediately permitted one, because I've got so many. Okay, we do actually have a little bit of mudstone again. This area over here. All right, so I think that we're going to call it today on the DF stuff. We'll be doing more of this fort tomorrow, though. I still need to figure out exactly what I'm going to do with that tower that we built. I mean, it's a cool tower. Probably need to add some, like, safety to the, like, spiral staircase. It's a little bit precarious. It's, like, more precarious than walking up a crane right now. Like, it's just, like, a single stairwell that just wraps around the damn thing all the way up to here. So already somebody died on there. It was very unfortunate. So we'll go up above, and I'll put some sort of roofing on top of this thing. Probably make it into a temple, because I think it would make a nice temple. Not sure to what god, but we'll work our way into that. We'll figure out what we're going to do with that. I mean, I have no problems with cave adaptation in this fort, because the whole fortress is an open, gigantic pit. So the only people that have problems with cave adaptation are the small children that play inside for 10 years and then get cave adapted. But most dwarves don't have any problems with it because they're spending 90% of their time outside anyway. So no issues with that currently. But, yeah, so children get cave adapted, but that's about it. Then they go and deal with it later. Speaking of, how's Sal doing? She's doing better. She's fine. But no, we have, like, no issues with cave adaptation in this fort because everybody just spends most of their time outside. Anyway. There is some problems with dwarves getting rained on, but it's generally pretty okay. But like I said, we're going to call it today on DF. We're not done for the day. I'm going to keep streaming a little bit longer. But we are switching over to Stalker for the remainder of the stream.